Call to order the meeting of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District Board of Managers, June 22nd, 2023. All managers are present. No members of the public, so we'll move past item 2 to item 3, which is approval of the agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Manager Maxwell, Manager Bruns, Manager Hisbani seconds. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. On our consent agenda this evening, we have approval of the minutes of the June 8th board meeting and approval of the check registers for the general checking account, surety checking account, and wire transfers, and one resolution, 23034, which is approval to purchase replacement laptops. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Manager Hishmati moved. I'll take it as a second. Manager Olson? I'm talking too fast. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I attended meetings that we'll report on later, but also there was a Minneapolis liaison briefing on last week on the 15th that Manager Miller and Manager Hishmati and I attended. Manager Miller, could you report on the Planning and Policy Committee meeting, please?
Yeah, we had an excellent presentation of the my notes here. Well, it was a great presentation on the land and water partnership, which was a joint effort with our staff and the cities in the district participating in developing this this plan, and it'll lead into it was originally started as developing a grants program, but it morphed into discussion of permitting rules and how to move into the 10-year plan. And it was a very comprehensive analysis of where we are and how we're going to move ahead with our partnerships that are critical to our effort. And it's really significant, and there's going to be brochures and stuff developed and presentations to different audiences and everything. But it's really significant work done with the city. So it's assured that we can be implemented because it requires the city's participation. So.
Great, thank you very much. Let me reverse order here and do it in chronological order. The Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council tour used as their first stop Wasserman Lake Reserve, and Manager Maxwell and Manager Olson and I were there also on that tour, well presented by staff and Mr. Heyman, and then Mr. Beck and Ms. Sweet had the electro fishing boat and related equipment, and we were able to give an update on that CARP program that had been funded in significant part by Lessard Sam's. Manager Olson or Mashville, would you like to add anything?
My comments with the staff, they did a great job. Mike, James, Samantha, Brian, and Jill. We're just lucky to have a staff like this. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Yeah, we had incredibly positive feedback. We had the conservation officer responsible for the lake talk to the Lessard Sam's group about the success of the fishing out there. Last year was the most successful fishing on record for Wasserman. He said more people left with their full limit of panfish, the sunnies big as his hand, and he said that every one of those guys knows exactly where to come to get these fish. So he was very positive. And I also was able to talk to Tom and Mark, who are the principals with the leadership team on Lessard Sam's, and we communicated to them that without, I mean, a lot of stuff had been done there, from the alum treatment of the lakes to the carp pens to the park that was built for the city, but none of it could have happened until we got control of the carp. The carp really was the first thing that had to happen, and that's what they funded. $567,000 grant from Lessard Sam's. It allowed that entire benefit to happen. So, 14 legacy agricultural chain of lakes, 14 lakes, to bring them off of a, listing and to take them off the impaired list. It's never been done before in that kind of an environment. And we made history. And they were proud of that. They were proud of the fact that they were a part of something that significant. So we really appreciate their involvement, and we're glad it came to such an outcome.
Thank you. Then later in the day began the Minnesota Watershed Summer Tour. Managers Sando, Hitchmati, Olson, and I all attended. And what I'd like to do is just ask for general impressions, take-home notes, what you got out of the conference. Manager Sando.
Yeah, it was extremely well-run and well-organized. Very, very friendly people there. One of the stops was Fountain Lake, which is a landmark in Austin, and it became very impaired from silt and so forth. They're in the process of dredging it now, 3/4 done, and taking out 1.1 million cubic yards of accumulated sediment. And they pump the water out with the sediment and pump it to some acquired land, pump it into the land that they actually dug the holes for it to put in. Water rises to the top and is pumped back into the lake. And this dates back to the 30s. This has always been used as a recreational area for people. And it's become very, very clear now and very usable for recreational use. So, but that was just one of, other people will talk, but that was just one of the 9 stops. And the buses, we had 2 buses, and everything ran on time. You got there, and someone was there to greet you and explain that project. So we went to 9 different projects in the Austin area, and forgotten how many different other groups that were there, like our group. So it was well attended, and I would attend another one.
That was your first summer tour, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very happy
I
you
was
went.
very impressed, just loved it, and learned a lot.
Great. Manager Hitchmati, would you like to weigh in?
You go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I learned where Mrs. Jerry's potato salad potatoes are grown. He literally has one major customer. There's a potato farmer. It's the Van Urkel Farms. And while we were there, we watched one of 2 semi-loads a day that go to Mrs. Jerry's. And they put them in these 1-ton totes and fill the entire semi. And so they were washing potatoes. We got a chance to tour the history of that area. What's interesting is that used to be all wetland. And back in the 30s, a large group of Dutch people came in, saw water on the land. They're thinking, well, that's like home, except it's not salty. And they started to ditch and drain the land, and it became it's now the last produce farm area in the state. Everybody else farms a specific crop, and they're great at that specific crop. These people are doing carrots and celery and onions and potatoes. And potato salad, you've seen it on every store, that's where it comes from. And the only other one was an eye-opener for me, was the Dobbins capital improvement project, where they needed to solve a flood situation where just a massive amount of water caused a lot of damage. And so they created these enormous retention ponds in that area, and they're actually breeding fish in those deeper spots. So it was completely funded by, in that case, the Hormel folks and then Lessard Sam's. So between the two of them, they did the first phase, and there's another phase coming. So there's a lot of Lessard Sam support that we were thanking earlier in our meeting that goes on in the southern part of the state.
Thank you. Andrew,
Okay. One of the things I was looking for was how rural watershed districts function, and there were two of them. One is the Cedar River Watershed District, which is in the Austin area, and the Shell Rock River Watershed District, which is in the Albert Lee area. And one of the things I learned from them as I talked to the administrators was that their tax base is small, low populations, and so they have to get funded from outside. And so they have to go out and get funding, and they get funding from places like the DNR, U.S. Department of Agriculture, the MPCA, the Fish and Wildlife Bureau, and so that's where they have to get their money to get their projects done, especially the big ones. And they were talking about the fact that when they do that, it gets complicated, because you remember what it was like for us with LCCMR? How much hassle we had to go through to do that? They've got to do this with multiple agencies. And so it's really interesting that these small staffed watershed districts have to put in a lot of effort, and each one of them has hired a lobbyist and also work with the legislators so that they can get in there and get the funding that they need from the different places that they work with. So they're faced with real challenges in how they do this. And the fact that they've done some of the things that we saw is extremely impressive. Steve talked about the Fountain Lake habitat change that they did. There were two other things that Shell Rock River Watershed District did. One was a wetland restoration, was done by ISG, the engineering group. And then in the Albert Lee Dam, they took out the old dam, put in one of those things with rocks in it, so that the water cascades down and fish can go back up and so on. So it restores the habitat, and they did that. And there was the thing that I found really fascinating, and that we've seen elsewhere, is that in order to manage carp, they put in an electric fish barrier. This thing was where the bridge had been there, they took it out, and they put electrodes on each side, and they created an electric barrier. And you can see the carp, where the barrier is, you can see the carp lined up there. They don't go beyond that because they're repelled by it. And what they were saying was, if they do go beyond that they get shocked, and then they lie on their, they flip over on their sides, and then the water, because that's coming downstream, washes them back. And so it's an interesting way of keeping them out. We've done all the stuff like with controlling carp. And this is interesting that the other side of it is that it stops all fish, not just carp. It's very effective, but it does that. The other thing that was very amusing about it was that morning, a whole bunch of pelicans landed down there and saw all these fish just waiting for them to be eaten. So this descended down there, and it was like a feeding station for them. That is kind of interesting. The one in Austin that Bill talked about, where they came back with, it's an ancient lake basin, which is why it was so marshy, and they drained it and so on, like Bill said. And of course, you do something like that there, floods are going to be an issue. There's a lot of peat in the soil. It doesn't, the water doesn't infiltrate, so you get immense flooding, and so it's extremely flashy. That whole area is extremely flashy, and causes problems because the people are farming there, and so they have to do a lot of flood control. They're also incorporating water quality and biological integrity. It's very interesting. They have set up monitoring stations, not as consistently as we have done with ResNet. They've got selected ones because, again, they're limited in their finances and also in their personnel who can follow up on it. And they also do something that's really interesting, which is that they do something called They look for species composition in the water, and they do electrofishing. They stun the fish, and then they measure them. You know, it's kind of like bird banding. You know, you stop the bird and band it and so on. It's the same thing. They get the fish, and then they measure them and so on. Then they throw them back. You know, the fish recover. It doesn't kill them. And they throw them back. So, and then they can get a cross section of all the entire ecosystem in the water, and they do this in several places. And so they've added that on. Besides doing the usual ResNet-like measurement, they've added that on, and they do develop something called an index of biotic integrity, which shows the health of each biological community, all the way from macro invertebrates, you know, from insects and things, all the way up to fish and other things. And they develop these patterns. But again, it's a small watershed district. They don't have a lot of people, and they can only man so much. They can't do beyond a certain amount. So their data is they take one segment, they do it 1 year, then they go back and do it at the same time of the year next year. You know, and that's how they control it. And there's a limited amount of data, and they are pushed by the community to say, you've got this data, now predict it for us. But they can't, because statistically, how valid is that? 2 data points. And so so that they're doing very good work, and they're also really challenged in the way they're going about this. And those 2 things I wanted to share back with you. One is the the electrode thing that we're using to stop the fish, to look at if we could use it, and this index of biotic integrity. You know, that is, we do all the work with ResNet to see what it's like, but what does it do to the ecology of the fish and of the stream, and is there a way to do that? Because that ultimately is what we're looking for too. If the health of the stream is good, then the health of the rest of the ecology around it is also affected. So I've got all the stuff in here, James, and I'll give it to you. All the stuff and I've written down some names of a couple of the people, so that you can contact them for their reports. They have not done comparisons, but they've done reports every year. So you'll be able to get that and look at it and see what they did and how they did it and so on.
That sounds great. And just for the record, our staff over time and partnered with Pollution Control Agency and others run IBI, Index of Biotic Integrity, for Minnehaha Creek at different sections. We've moved away from doing it every year because, to your point about it being statistically valid, just the lag time of a biological community to respond to water quality inputs, but I'm really excited to dig in.
Yeah, so I'll turn this over to you.
Great.
You can look at it.
I might add, Dr. Ajmati challenged them by saying, how do you know all this is working? That's where that subject came up. Up until then, all we had was IBI, and then he asked them to define it, and then the guy took off with his description of it. But he says, that's how we can't really measure it. We have to just see how successful the life is as it matures year after year.
Yeah,
So thank you for pushing on that.
yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
They said that to our group without prompting, so they must have just been carrying it over from the morning. I too paid a lot of attention to the source of funds. Every time they talked about a project, they mentioned the funding sources, which were multiple. Looking at Minnesota Watersheds, formerly MOD, there was a big rollout of their new logo and name, and so we came away with matching T-shirts and pen, and we could model them sometime. We all look alike. A couple of the things I picked up, especially on the project we looked at, one was the idea that when in 2014 we had the aerial photos from the flooding, you could see where the level was because of where the water stood. Well, we walked into the center of a substantial depression that had been created for holding water. And if you drive by on the road, it doesn't look like, it looks pretty flat. You get down in there and you see really there's a lot of space. And it just impressed myself, reminded myself that elevations vary so much. Their projects are very different than ours. Their approaches have to be very different. But the value of seeing that, I think, is that understanding that we all value the resources we have and do the very best we can with them, and that is what we all have in common, we watershed districts. It's a good tour.
I wanted a couple of comments. They gave us goodie bags with things in them. So I took some of them out and brought them back I'll give them to you and distribute them in the staff. One of the things they gave us was golf balls. So if anybody who plays golf, help yourself. Yeah,
We'll raffle this off. Here's a gigantic bobber.
yes, they've got all kinds of things in there.
Is
Use them with your kids, whatever.
the
Have
can
fun
of
with it.
Spam still in there?
Yeah, we all got spam in Austin, too.
Is the can of Spam still?
No, I didn't bring a can of Spam. They gave us cans of Spam because Austin is where Hormel is based, and that's where they make Spam apparently for the entire country, which is fascinating. It's the first time I heard about it. But they do amazing things. The Hormel company has really, Jay Hormel, who founded it, was amazing. He created a place where he took all the native trees and planted them in one part of town so that people can see them and look at them and study them and be interested in nature. He's invested back. He's created they are funding a cancer institute there that is apparently has done really very, very good work, and we're the group that actually determined that omega-3 fatty acids are really good in working with cancer, for example. Pretty amazing. And these are towns of 25,000, which is Austin, and 19,000, which is Albert Lee. They're not very big, but they're very active, very impressive.
The upcoming meeting and event schedule is in the, printed in the agenda. Included there is the Minnesota Metro Watershed's quarterly meeting, July 18. Manager Miller attends for us. That will be a
I
Zoom
got a
meeting.
conflict that night,
Okay, we'll
so
find
if
someone
somebody
to go.
else can, yeah,
Bet.
great, thanks.
And Manager Loftus will attend the July 19th Citizens Advisory Committee meeting. Great. And I want to add a note, which I forgot to mention, is that somebody at the conference, another Metro person, said to me that they've been at the Central States Water Conference, and HDR presented on 325 Blake Road. You knew that. That was really fun to hear. And I also see the newsletter came out from the Clean Water Fund today, and under their project updates, they list a link to the article in the Star Tribune about Minnehaha Creek. So that was fun to get that recognition. We have no public hearings this evening nor permits. Let's move to action item 11.1, resolution 23-035. Ms. Mall.
Good evening, President White, Board of Managers. I'm excited to be before you today to ask for action on a milestone that really has felt like a long time coming. Tonight, Resolution 23-035 is before you all to approve the draft website so we may open it up for beta testing, which is a key step before we can launch the site later this summer. So tonight, I'm going to start by providing a little more brief background on the project, especially on the original goals of the website build. And then I'll move into the staging server so you can get a preview of what the draft website looks like at a pretty high level. Each of you will have the chance to tour through the website and really dig into the different content areas during the beta testing process. So I will allow you that time to dig in on a deeper dive on some of those parts later. We will start by covering the initial goals of the website, as they'll be a critical lens for the beta testing review. So once we began scoping the rebuild of the website back in 2021, we developed 3 central goals for the new site, which was built from input that was provided by staff, the CAC, residents, advisors, and external stakeholders. Our first goal was quite simple: to connect people to the information that they want. We know that some of our highest traffic pages include water levels, permits, projects, and paddling information. So we've positioned these and other top destinations intuitively on our homepage, on our navigation pillars, and cross-link them around the site so that people can easily find what they're looking for. As a complement to our first user-driven goal, our second goal really revolves around telling our stories, something that we spent a little bit of time discussing earlier this evening. We seek to position our vision of balanced urban ecology throughout the website and the methods that we use to achieve it, our strategic pillars of building capital projects and crafting innovative policy. We also have placed our open invitation to partnership intuitively throughout the site, so you'll see that. And these stories and key messages were often buried on our old site, which could be difficult to navigate. So our new site is really trying to intentionally weave them throughout its content. Our third goal speaks to how you will deliver on the first two, by maintaining focus on the most important content. This, again, stands in contrast to our current website, which turned into an archive that can be challenging to navigate and a little bit overwhelming sometimes. The new site showcases highly curated content, and is designed so that visitors can easily find what they need, discover what sets us apart, and find new ways to connect with what we do. These goals really became the foundation for the new site's content strategy and design direction. So this content strategy and design direction were approved last spring, and it includes familiar elements that you'll see here, like the MCWB notch that we've used in some of our publications, our brand color palette, and some user-friendly iconography. So between last spring, when our design direction was approved, and today, staff, as well as our vendor, Love Communications, have been busy building out a site that builds from our initial goals and content strategy. At this point, I'm happy to walk you through the draft website we've created. So just bear with me while I transition screens here. So, back in March, we walked through the draft website and received some feedback from the board on a few different areas of content. Stacy Carlson, then the communications coordinator, sent the recorded feedback and some of our responses to it shortly after that PPC meeting. However, since it's been a few months since you've seen the site, I'll dust up some of the cobwebs, especially on those main pillars, and highlight some of the new areas of content development. I'm happy to take some questions and comments throughout this quick tour, but please remember you'll have plenty of time to review the site in more detail and provide feedback during the beta testing process. So we've landed here, which is our homepage, and you'll see right at the top it links to some of our most trafficked pages, like Paddle Creek, water levels, water quality, Grace Bay Dam, permits, and get involved. We also profile our vision of balanced urban ecology right up front and showcase the projects that demonstrate that approach. Lower down, we provide real-time water level information and provide visitors with an interactive map to assess whether they're in the district. Now, we did receive feedback on this feature in March when I believe it was Manager Olson who noted that we could consider linking visitors who enter their address to relevant projects or water level information that is in their proximity. And we decided not to implement that feedback at this time so that we could adhere to our goals, which include avoiding information overload and connecting people to the information they want. So we do have features throughout the site that allow visitors to explore water level, water quality, and project information with a geographic focus. But we'll leave it to the visitors to decide what they want to explore next after the homepage. So next, I'll move over to our next pillar, which is our approach. So this pillar, as you can see here in the site nav, houses our balanced urban ecology page, which explains our vision and links to our BUE policy so people can read more. It also has information on our watershed management plan. It lays out our goals and provides links for visitors to really dig into each element of the plan. And then we also have our climate action framework page here too, which again has the document linked for closer reading, but also explains the 3 pillars and the near-term actions within each. So I'll just go through our approach landing page here. Once again, we're starting with our vision of balanced urban ecology. That's key to our approach. And then the 2 methods that we use to actually implement this. So that would be building capital projects and implementing policies that integrate land and water. We also have our principles, so that people can get a better feel for who we are as an organization, and call it our commitment to partnership explicitly. Next, we have our partnerships pillar. And this pillar includes our partnership landing page and a page dedicated to the new Land and Water Partnership Program. On the landing page right away, we distill why partnership is our fundamental approach and explain how we create shared benefits through partnering in 3 clear ways. Our geography approach to building capital projects, our collaborative approach to permitting, and the new Land and Water Partnership Program. We also highlight some partnership success stories. Again, thinking of the idea of selling what we can produce or providing proposals. So we have our win-win solutions here, which right now include 6 Mile Marsh Prairie Restoration and the Minnehaha Creek Watershed. Finally, we close out this page with a link to get involved so that residents who find themselves on this page can also find resources they need to engage with us. And since we spoke about it earlier this evening, I'll linger a little bit on the Land and Water Partnership Program page, which really outlines the purpose, goals, and process of the program before showcasing some clear case studies from the early phases of this program. The Maple Creek Pond Improvement Project, for example. Next, we move over to projects. Now, projects is really a resume of experience. It includes information on our 2 focal geographies, so the Minnehaha Creek Greenway and the 6 Mile Creek Coastal Basin Watershed. And it allows visitors to explore our portfolio of over 30 high-impact capital projects. We did also receive some feedback on this section of the website back in March, specifically incorporating links to our partners and board packets wherever we can across our project detail pages. And we have implemented that wherever possible. So the landing page here links out to the 2 main ways we deliver capital projects, so through our focal geography approach and our Land and Water Partnership Program.
That's really cool.
And then we have some key featured projects here that we wanted to highlight. And these can be switched out to whatever projects we choose. You'll notice this tile is used throughout the site, and again, really reinforces our key goal of delivering our brand and our stories throughout the site. So we'll go to the focal geography page next, just so you guys can remind yourselves of what that looks like. And this really explains our focal geography approach and some of the criteria we use to determine where we want to focus. It then links out again to our 2 focal geographies. So maybe we'll spend a little time quick on the Minnehaha Creek Greenway page. Each focal geography page characterizes the sub-watershed in geographical terms, in partners, and with our project specifically. We highlight the key partners that we're working with in that region. We've got a fun little slider to show the impact.
Wow.
That's cute.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Really good.
Can you do that again? No.
Yeah. We'll just go back and forth for a while.
Well, that was easy. I thought it took longer.
That's beautiful.
Don't have to go for good.
And next on these pages, we have some metrics to demonstrate the impact of our projects. We have a map here showing where the focal geography is. We did receive a comment back in March to add project pins to these, and that was not something we were able to implement at this point, but it's definitely a consideration that we will further explore as a future site enhancement. Scrolling further down, we have a video from our 50th anniversary, and then all of the projects that are within the Greenway. Each of our focal geography pages wraps up with an invitation to explore the area and links to different resources on recreational amenities for visitors to see and explore. All right, next we're going to move on to the Explore pillar. And this pillar really is a curated hub of data and recreation information. The Explore pillar serves up some of our most requested information related to paddling conditions, water quality, water levels, and Grace Bay Dam. In March, when we previewed this site, Manager Loftus, you had suggested we rename this pillar, since Explore might not be an intuitive title for a pillar that houses data, as well as recreation information. So we are considering this suggestion and are asking for feedback explicitly during the beta testing process on people's preferences. So we'll just dive into a few of these tiles here. We're going to start with water quality. Okay, and we did preview this back in March. As you know, staff received numerous requests for water quality data and lake grades throughout the year. So we have this interactive feature which really aims to address these inquiries by providing curated water quality data on phosphorus, chlorophyll, and water clarity. So here I've clicked on Halstead's Bay. You can see the different data points for each. We also have an ecosystem health key to characterize what that metric actually means. And all of this information is offered up in a really accessible and user-friendly format. Go back to Explore here. So, once visitors learn about the water quality of their nearby lake or stream, they often ask, well, what's the district doing about it, right? So, we have this page called Watershed Strategies, which actually visualizes our watershed management plan with a story map. So you can scroll through and click through different information on each of the 11 major subwatersheds. Within each, there's physical and hydrological data on the land within the watershed, and then we also explain the issues, drivers, and strategies at work.
Oh, I see the bars dropping on the set. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Next, I will show you water levels. And water levels is a new area of content development. You may recall that we provided a mock-up of this page with the overall direction back in March. And this page really seeks to communicate how water flows through the watershed by visualizing the flow between the upper watershed, which is selected here, Lake Minnetonka, and Minnehaha Creek. And visitors can click through data from the last 1 day, 5 days, or 7 days.
Fantastic.
We often hear frustrated members of the public voicing concerns over the impact of Grace Bay Dam on water levels, both in the creek and on the lake. So this figure really contextualizes the story by acknowledging factors like precipitation, which is here, evaporation, and even land use further down the page. So if you scroll down, we have this graphic which shows the land use distribution across each of the drainage areas in the figure. Working in tandem with water levels really is the area of the site that's about the Grace Bay Dam. So this section is actually split into 3 separate pages. Here we've arrived on the landing page. We start with an overview of the dam and the operating plan. We profile the different partnerships that make our data-driven approach possible. And then we link out to 2 sub-pages. One of them is on the historical context of the dam and includes an interactive story map, which allows users to scroll through the different periods of history from pre-settlement to today. And you can feel free to explore that further in beta testing. And then the second part of this page is our dam operations subpage. So the major asset of this page really is an interactive figure that visualizes the dam's operating plan by showing dam discharge zones, real discharge data, and puts it in context with Lake Minnetonka's water level. So, to put this in even more context, you can see that even when dam discharge was little or nothing when we've been in drought. So I'm going to scroll over to like last summer, July.
Wow.
Wow, that's awesome.
You can see that even when dam discharge was very low at 12 CFS or 0, Lake Minnetonka's elevation continued to drop, which really highlights the role that evaporation plays in the water level, which is a key message that we are always sharing with members of the public. Further down, we have this key, which helps interpret the different discharge zones. So you can see that today, we're in this yellow zone, which is zone 5. You click on that, that means we're currently having a base flow of approximately 12 cubic feet per second to maintain ecological integrity really in the creek. So that's the explanation you get for each of these zoning keys. Also on this page, we have more information on the operating plan, the nifty video we put together a few years ago, and some other resources like our water level updates, ice updates, fact sheets, etc. So, without further ado, we'll move on to the permitting pillar, which you saw back in March. And this is really made up of a landing page, a page with all of our regulations, and a permitting FAQ page, which aims to address common questions that we receive throughout the permitting process. So the landing page really delivers on our first core goal by connecting visitors and permit applicants with the information that they need efficiently. We link quickly to the permitting portal. Scrolling further down, we have a screening tool linked, our rules and regulations, and of course our team itself, so they can put a face behind the name that they've been conversing with. We also reinforce our brand promises and core values by setting service expectations and positioning ourselves as partners rather than simply regulators. Like other areas of the site, we profile some success stories, so some of the key projects that came about as a result of permitting, such as the Mader Wetland Bank and the Japs Olson Preserve Enhancement. So permitting is actually the last pillar of our primary navigation area, so this far up here. But we do have some more content that is located in the footer of the site. So I'll explore a few parts of the footer. You'll notice right away that this area really provides our administrative content, like our calendar, public notices, our RFPs, and some of our reports and financial information. So I'll walk you through a few highlights, but if you want to dig in a little bit more, please feel free. And I welcome you to do so during the beta testing process. So let's start with About MCWD. In this area, the footer clearly articulates who we are, our brand, our history, and our people. It also houses information on our finances and reports, as well as employment, and then our frequently asked questions area, which was added to address some of the common questions we receive that are not covered by other areas of the site. So clicking on About MCWD itself, we start out with a clear call to our mission and vision. We characterize the full watershed, including the amount of miles, communities, lakes, and streams within it. We step through the watershed's history, and we have clear links here to the synthesis that was produced by Lewis Smith. So these are the epochs that you can explore. Those are all linked in our blog as well.
I know most of those people in that picture. I'm serious.
Which one, Dave?
The 67 to 79.
Had to ask.
All right, scrolling further down.
Ask him what grade he was in then.
We have a quick snapshot of what we do, like through our programs specifically. And then we invite visitors to explore the people behind our work, like all of you, our staff team, and our committees. Next, I'll go to the Board of Managers page so you can get a taste of how all of you are showing up on the website. So this page has some administrative content like links out to meetings and agendas and meeting videos, and then also has all of your contact information and biographies. You'll remember that you submitted a form almost a year ago with information on each of you, and so that has all been incorporated into the draft bios you see here. And we'll invite each of you to review your bio and provide edits and feedback in the beta testing form. And we have a feed of upcoming meetings here. So for the rest of the footer, I won't go through each piece tonight necessarily, but feel free to explore the newsroom a little bit during the beta testing period. The newsroom provides a hub of timely articles, educational blogs, and water level updates, including our recent feature in the Star Tribune. Under this pillar, we also have our public notices page and our RFP page. We next have the calendar, which displays upcoming and past events, and houses the meetings and agenda feed, where visitors can search board packets and agendas, of course. I will spend a little time on Get Involved, since we didn't get to it in March, really. And the Get Involved pillar is located within the footer, which was a decision that the board made to emphasize MCWD's outreach strategy. So the Get Involved pillar really showcases options for how residents can get involved with our work. And when you click on it, it's got a gateway to different options, like staying up to date by exploring our newsroom, attending a public meeting, joining our CAC, engaging in some volunteer opportunities, implementing best practices at home, and working with some of our partner organizations. Also on this page, we have an invitation to explore some of the watershed's places and a feed of different events and updates so that folks can stay up to date with our work. Also, under this area of the site, we have our volunteer opportunities page, which highlights the 2 partner organizations that offer up volunteer opportunities in the watershed. And these are the ones that we most often send people to, like Minnesota Water Stewards and Adopt a Drain. We also offer up our educational materials, like our interpretive displays and exhibits, and some of our print resources. And there's a quick form so that any visitors that are interested in checking these out can fill it out, and we'll look at the pickup and drop-off times ready to go in a quick and efficient manner. We also have a link out to lake associations so that folks can learn how to get engaged with one near them, or if there isn't one that already exists, connect with Freshwater's program to establish one. And again, have that upcoming events and updates feed. All right, unless there are any questions on the site tour, that's where I will leave it for now. Hopefully your curiosity is piqued and you're excited to delve into it in far more detail throughout the beta testing process.
Compliment, a picture speaks 1,000 words, and those use of the pictures and also the little cartoon symbols, very, very helpful for people.
So is there a motion to adopt the resolution? Manager Olson moves, Manager Hijimati seconds. Further questions or discussion? Were you not done? Did I interrupt you? I
That's okay.
apologize. Continue.
We'll switch over. I do want to make sure we walk through the beta testing process a little bit, so
Okay.
you're somewhat familiar with that. Moving on quickly, here you can see that we're really nearing the end of this project. We've got a draft website almost ready to go, and we're looking ahead for beta testing. So we established all the goals, the site map, and design, and now that it's nearly complete, we're just going to be beta testing before launch. And this testing process is really intended to gauge user acceptance of a almost finished product. So we're going to ask users to evaluate the product's performance, uncover any bugs or issues, and generally test it out before we release it to the public. So throughout the process, we'll invite all of you, the CAC, staff members, and actually some external stakeholders as well to engage. To ensure a robust review, we've actually broken the testing out into 2 specific parts or processes here. We have the technical review process, which actually is already in motion, and that just involves a staff team that is really stress testing some of the development-heavy features, like the dashboards in the Explore pillar, our search projects feature, and our MI in the district feature. So they're really putting those parts of the site through the trials, trying to break them essentially. And then the second portion of the testing process is a more general review. So we're asking all of you CAC members and alums, staff, and external advisors to help us review the site and mimic the experience of a typical user. So you'll be asked to try out pages across many pillars, test interactive features, try links, and interact with the content as you would any other site. And as you review, you'll be invited to add feedback via a Survey 123 form, which is a simple online survey platform. It's pretty user-friendly. So these 2 processes you'll notice overlap slightly so that the technical review team can also participate in the general review process if they're interested. So provided you approve Resolution 23-035 before you, beta testing will actually open tomorrow and then be open for about 2 weeks. We will then close the feedback form on July 7th and begin the process of analyzing feedback and incorporating revisions before launch. So, as long as you approve the draft website, beta testing participants will receive an email from me tomorrow with an instructions document, a link and login information for the staging server, and then the Survey 123 feedback form. Within the form, we're collecting personal and device information so we can solve technical bugs more quickly. We'll also be looking for your feedback on the site's usability, on things like visual layout, photos, accuracy, functionality, broken links, and then any other ideas you have for future enhancements after the site launches. We'll also ask a few questions to determine whether the site is really meeting our initial goals, and then gather any input for remaining decision points, such as the renaming of the Explorer. So, if the forum does close on July 7th, we'll have about 1 month to analyze and incorporate feedback, migrate the content to the hosting server, and prepare for launch with the web developer, Love Communications, and the managed service provider, Fjorge, whose contract you approved at the June 8th board meeting. So we anticipate that 4 weeks between the end of the beta testing period and the launch of the website will be about enough, but depending on the feedback received throughout the beta testing period, more time for launch prep might be needed, so this timeline might move out a little further. But assuming 4 weeks is enough time, the timeline here proposed would have the board considering authorization to launch on August 10th. And then our official launch would be shortly after that. Okay. Now I'm done.
Thank you so much. Reactions, questions?
When you say launch, I presume that's just open to the public, but it seems to me that this is something that you really want to launch. And I would think that you might have a email list of all the people that you've been in contact with, and send it out to them and ask them to review it.
That's a great comment, Manager Miller. I know we've discussed also pushing it on social media, like our LinkedIn profile, and possibly some of the other media that we engage with. And I think encouraging staff to push it out through their networks too would be.
Well, I'm thinking of like all the people from the cities and,
Yeah.
you know, all of our partners and stuff, because, you know, I think it's really good, and I think they would be proud to be associated with it
Yeah.
through their various partnerships.
Thank you. Looking forward to, and here's Marty.
Yeah. You know, typically websites, and you know, this is just a thought, and you can tell me if I'm way off base or not. Typically, if they, you know, on a website they have a contact us link. Did we have that on here? I didn't see where it was, but we do have one.
Yes, Manager Hishmani, it is in the footer that we explored.
Is it in the footer? Okay, I didn't see it. Okay.
It's kind of lower down.
Okay. The other question that I had for you was, a lot of the people who are going to be coming in here know a lot about the website when they're coming in. You know, so if I'm going to test it, I already know what's on there before I come in. And I'm wondering if you're going to use any naive testers, or people naive in multiple ways, naive who don't know about watershed districts, people who are in the community, people who are naive at using the internet, for example, you know? Somebody who lives in the community and wants to know something about flooding because they don't know if the house is going to get flooded or not, and they don't know much about computers, and they don't, you know, they're intimidated by getting on computers, and you know, there's also that question, or don't know what questions to ask, you know. And so I was wondering if you're going to incorporate any naive testers on this, and it, you know, you may want to do it later, but I'm just wondering.
Sure. Well, our current audience for beta testing includes Citizens Advisory Committee members, and they haven't had the same introduction to this staging server as all of you and our staff had. We also have some external stakeholders, some of which are from our cities or partner agencies, or people that know our brand but haven't seen the site yet at all. So they're currently working through the process, but at the moment, no, we don't have any totally fresh, completely unfamiliar with the district eyes on the site for the beta testing process, but it is something that we can consider. And also, we'll probably be getting feedback right away after we launch the site as well, you know, through that contact us form on like, if something's not working, or even in our communities. So,
Yeah, I think it'd be worthwhile considering
yeah.
including people who are naive, who know very little about us, you know, because they're the ones that get left out from the electronic age. You know, it's like people who don't have access, very good access to internet.
Which makes a difference.
You know, the ones who are disadvantaged, who don't have access to internet, and so they never really learn how to use computers. And you know, this particularly happens when there are, you know, like there are emergencies, like when FEMA comes in and they're trying to contact people, and the people who really need to be contacted, who are sort of at the bottom end of the receiving end of a lot of stuff, don't even know how to get on there and ask for help. You know, it's that kind of naivete that I'm thinking about.
Thank you, Manager Hitchmati. Manager Miller?
It seems to me that this is a good opportunity too to recognize our partners, like the CAC members, TAC members, you know, by name and stuff, and because, you know, it's more recognition, they feel more part of it, and that we value their relationships.
Manager,
Other partners, other partners.
Yeah.
did you have Manager Olson?
Manager Maxwell suggested that we might get one or two other watersheds to take a quick look, like Capital Regions or Raleigh Purgatory, if they're willing to take a look at our website. We're pretty close to those two, to see what their input would be. It's a very interesting. I can think of two people who'd spend a lot of time looking at it.
Thank you, Manager Olson. We'll take that into consideration.
Manager Hitchmati?
I have another question. I presume that as we go along and we're doing things, you know, as we progress, as our organization progresses, that we'll be adding things. So, for example, you know, we are going to be doing, you know, we're going to be adding a DEI component to our organization, and you know, when that begins to happen, it would be nice to include it, because I think that's one of the questions that people have when they come onto that, saying, okay, you're doing all this stuff, but are you really, you know, what are you doing to reach out to the people who are on the fringes?
Of course, what we're looking at right now is the process we're going to go through for testing. Anything else? All right
So
then.
it's really, really good job. It's smooth and beautiful. It looks great. Very easy to work with. Very good.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Mall.
That slider bar that showed before and after,
Get your
That's,
sketch.
can we put that on our faces?
Yeah, there you go. That would work really well.
Making us younger.
Yes.
Well, of course.
Item 11.2, a moment of levity there. Resolution 23-036, Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. Well, good evening, President White, Board of Managers. I'm here before you with my first of two items, this being the shorter, with authorization to amend the Phase 2 design contract with HDR for 325 Blake Road restoration and redevelopment to include some pre-bid coordination items, which I will detail for you in the following slides before asking for board action. Like I said, this is a brief item, but we want to leave time for any questions or board discussion. I'm going to give a very, very high-level overview of the design process. That's something that we've been in front of the board with quite a bit, so you're familiar with. Dig into this particular amendment, the scope of work and budget associated with it, and then kind of detail out our next steps over the next several months before opening it up to whatever questions and discussion you might have. So I've sort of highlighted in this red box where we're at in our Phase 2 of the design. I think the big highlight here is that we were before you in May to approve final design. And typically, we would ask the board at the same time to authorize project bidding, but we are in this sort of limbo phase while we wait for more indications from our development partner Lattice to understand exactly where they're at with their redevelopment efforts, and of course our projects are highly intertwined. So we sort of find ourselves in this position where Lattice has exercised the first of 2 extensions that they're contractually obligated, well, they're contractually available to them, and we have to give those consideration. And those are purchased from us and allow 90 days apiece for Lattice to continue their due diligence and financing. I will note that as we finished 100% design, we did so on budget, and we are preserving the last bit of that contract for bid support, which was the final task that was included in phase 2. So rather than kind of muddy the waters and start to move funds around, we want to really preserve that last line item of funding. So we have HDR and Damon Farber support as we go out to bid. So as I mentioned, due to some uncertainty with Lattice's redevelopment efforts, we have sort of the carrying cost of the project. And we are in not constant coordination, but frequent coordination with HDR and Damon Farber. And there's items that come our way from Lattice or other partners that we sometimes require engineering eyes on or consultant-led review of. So I can detail out on the next slide a few specific examples of those, but we are looking to basically bridge these however many months it is between our final design and when we actually go out to bid, allowing us to have some flexibility to work with HDR and David Farber on an as-needed basis. I do just want to put this amendment into context of we've been in front of you with 3 additional amendments. Most of those amendments have really been planned from the beginning, and that was our kind of gated approach. So rather than approach this as one contract where we could pretend that we knew the outcome, this kind of goes back to getting through schematic design, amending the contract once we knew what phase 2 would look like. And again, we'll be coming back in front of the board with a construction administration amendment once we actually understand what we're constructing. And that gives us the flexibility if we do end up breaking off parts of the project to move one ahead before the other. We'll scope that sort of with realistic information and up-to-date information. And the last item I want to note is, once we get through construction, of course, we enter into operations and maintenance, but on the front end, there are lots of agreements with the various partners that we need to work through. And I just want to note that we haven't stopped working on those. So, recently we were before you with a cooperative agreement with Hopkins that included the operations and maintenance plan for Cottageville Park. So even while we're kind of in this limbo, we are doing as much work as possible around the edges to keep advancing every component of the project we can. So unlike the previous amendments and what we usually try to bring before you, there's no set task list for this scope of work. Really, it's to cover these miscellaneous odds and ends that come our way, and we need the flexibility to respond to in a timely fashion. This is especially true now that Lattice is under construction with their first building, and so we are sometimes reviewing things that require a pretty quick turnaround. So we're asking for a scope of work that would include periodic coordination with HDR and David Farber, ongoing management of the project, evaluation tasks as needed, all this to kind of bridge between final design and when we decide we're ready to go out to bid. A few examples. Currently, we are working with the Lattice for them to construct a segment of our stormwater piping that really makes things easier for both partners later on, so we're not tearing up work that they've already done when we come in with our project. So that's something that, for instance, requires an engineering review. We're working as part of that on a construction agreement, and we're needing to go through Lattice's, their civil engineers' specifications and make sure that those are making their way, from us to our engineer into the legal agreements. The other thing that we're looking at, as I mentioned, is a phasing plan. If things with Lattice stay uncertain, we don't just want to use the next few months to kind of spin our wheels. We want to start thinking about what is a realistic way that we could move forward with Cottageville parcels, or maybe we would consider constructing part of the hard edge that we've talked about so we can move ahead with our project. These are some dollars that we can use to work with HDR and Dana-Farber to come up with some of our contingency plans and phasing plans. We're asking at this point for $25,000 for this. That funding amount matches with the fees that Lattice has paid us for their first extension, and I think that sort of encapsulates the idea of recognizing that as we continue to display flexibility, it comes at a cost to the district, and we're using those, supplementing our work with those extension fees to fund that that period of latency. Given all that, I did want to just note that we have, speaking of coming up with a phasing plan and contingency planning, we have received a request from Lattice to have another conversation around an additional extension, as well as some specific requests around the site. And we're working with them in the background right now to really put some details to that request before it comes to the board, but we're anticipating that it will make its way to the board sometime in July. And like I said, we want to use the next, this summer and fall to both do some coordination with Lattice, but also off to the side, work with our design consultants on some contingency planning if redevelopment stays in a stalled phase. So before I turn to the board action to approve this amendment to the contract, I did want to pause and ask if there's any board discussion, if anyone has any questions that myself or Mike could help address.
Regarding next steps, do you mean?
Regarding any of it.
Then I'd like to get a motion to adopt the resolution.
Move approval.
Manager Miller, is there a second? Manager Olson. Questions for Mr. Sherman, Manager Olson?
Is there any financial tie between HDR and Dana-Farber, or are they working close, but we have separate agreements?
So we have a single agreement with Dana-Farber acting as a subcontractor to HDR. Assuming that this amendment is approved, they will continue that arrangement. And so this does, although we're just amending a single contract with HDR, it gives us the flexibility to also, direct Dana-Farber to do some work if we need that. So they'll work in the background to figure out the accounting, which they've been doing now for, for a while.
But it's still one.
It's still a single contract.
Thank you. That's what I was asking.
Thank you, Manager Miller.
I've got 2 points to make. One is don't get the impression that $25,000 is covering some kind of costs because we got $15 million less than what they already paid, and they're not having any holding costs whatsoever. We got it, and we're paying out every month on interest rates on the land that we're holding. But I want read into the record that I want to flag that the district's restoration and regional stormwater project design is complete and ready for construction. Okay. Although we designed the project to be integrated and somewhat dependent on the private development, and we depend on one another as it relates to the vision and users' experience, we have the ability to start moving our efforts forward regardless of the development status. We're not captive to the development. We can move ahead with it. And as part of the ongoing coordination contract, I appreciate our ability to work with HDR to understand how the public realm of the project can move forward in a timely manner, not unnecessarily delayed by the current development process.
Would you say the very first part of that third item?
The district's restoration and regional stormwater project is designed, its design is complete and it's ready for construction.
Thank you.
So, let's, make sure we're not captive to whatever problems the developer has. We got our, and my personal opinion is that after these agreed upon extensions are exhausted, that we look at an entirely different approach to any further delays on who's going to absorb the holding costs.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Other questions or comments? All right then, Manager Loftus, go ahead.
I guess I look at it from a reverse perspective, not from Dick, but from the way that it's being presented. Like Dick mentioned, we're 100%, our plans are ready. And things on that scope of work, like the stormwater pipe, we have construction funds set aside for that. We don't have to wait for some reason to use those. As far as being available to Alatus on a bi-weekly basis for consultation, I don't know why we do that at our expense. As one of the scope items, did I misinterpret that?
Yeah, sorry, that's bi-weekly coordination with us. And so
For what?
well, like I said, these miscellaneous items that come up. So here,
I struggle to put a budget out for an amount for a consultant that they aren't gonna find a way to use. We will spend $25,000 if we approve a budget for $25,000. We have done the work where we need to. I don't believe that the amount Alatus gave us for the extension had to do with this cost of us helping them. That was legal fees just to get through the extension. So I don't see a correlation between that $25,000 and this. If Alatus needs help interpreting our 100% bid documents, we can pass through those costs to them. Or the consultant can do it as a change order. I think putting a budget out there and a potential scope is just asking for money to be spent. And again, another 3 months from now will be another $25,000 we'll spend on just helping them limp along. I think it sends the wrong message, not only to Alatus, that we're here to keep moving, helping them drag this on, but also we've done our plans. We've paid for it. If they have concerns, we can pass through those. If they want to move forward on something that's in our plans, we have money set aside for that. We don't need to wait to tap into that. I guess I'm not supportive of, I guess, the way, the approach of it.
yeah, I can try to
So I won't
provide
be voting
some-
for it.
Okay, I can attempt to provide some clarity around some of those items. And so first of all, to your point, I do understand this, it's somewhat unusual to have an open-ended task. Any of the work would be specifically directed by staff on a task-by-task basis, so there's no like, Alatus is coming behind our backs to HDR to ask them to do something. Everything goes through us, and we have the opportunity to get an estimate on the number of hours that HDR thinks it would take to accomplish. Some of my examples are related to, a lot of it is related to this coordination work, but I wouldn't characterize it as that we're doing work on behalf of
Well, it's not
Alatus.
work for us, though. We're done with our work, right?
Yeah, we are done with our 100% design. The only remaining budget that we have in our Phase 2 contract is specifically for
Bidding.
For bidding.
Yeah, and we
So
don't
the
have any
issue-
other work.
Well, So I think we're in this phase where if we do decide to, move ahead and break off some of what we're doing,
We've been planning that for years, to make these plans ready to go in multiple directions, right?
well, at a certain point between, 60 and 100, we've chosen a direction. And so, well, that was kind of how we had it set up, was at some point we narrowed down to a single direction. So conceptually, we've discussed how it could be broken apart, but there would be coordination costs to figure out, specifically how we would go about that. And that's where we've been, rather than tapping into our bid budget to have those conversations, this pot of funding could help us through that period.
What do you anticipate the task would be that you might request of HDR?
Well, if you have, you have some upcoming.
Mr. Heyman?
Well, we're
Chair White, managers, one example would be the current stormwater work we're doing with Alatus right now. That isn't part of HDR's contract. It's work that's done on behalf of the district, not on behalf of Alatus. So we're currently coordinating the installation of 151 feet of pipe and a new manhole and a variety of other elements to tie to Lake Street so we don't further disrupt what's now called Chorus, but the affordable housing with our project in the future. We don't have contracted dollars for that with HDR. And there are elements like that throughout the project that when we're building a 17-acre site, Alatus may choose to move forward with one component of infrastructure, and there's an opportunity for us to then move forward with a component of ours. So
we don't have construction dollars and consultant dollars in our main ready-to-go project to cover and look at those. We have to set a separate budget and a separate scope and a separate contract to do that?
Well, Manager Loftus, we have the construction dollars to construct the site in its entirety, and the board authorized us to reimburse Alatus to build that component of the site. But behind the scenes, we need to actually receive their engineering documents, have those reviewed, stamped, inspect the pipe network that's going in under their current contracts.
But those construction dollars also had like a 20% overhead of fees.
In our budget?
Yeah.
Yeah, our budget itself. So each time we could certainly come before the board and have HDR develop a scope of what it would take to coordinate the additional storm sewer work right now and come before the board for an approval of that amendment. We were looking at it as an opportunity to have a staff-directed coordination effort because of the type of work that we're dealing with on a weekly basis. But certainly either way would work. There are no dollars assigned presently for HDR to coordinate with our development partner through the district. And that's really what it's addressing.
Sum of $5 million to construct the project.
Now that design is complete, we have a budget that is all for construction.
Right.
Yep.
And that construction has a budget for engineering and
It does. There is no scope of work for construction oversight, inspections, final, after we bid, there's a additional contract that will be required, as there is with all of our projects, for construction oversight and construction administration. And those dollars are in that budget, but
Right.
there is no scope of work for that.
okay, but you
Yeah.
have money in there to do it. You don't need
Certainly.
an additional $25,000 to do it.
Well, we would just need correct, we would need a contract, we would need a scope and contract. Yeah. Mhm.
But you don't need additional money to do it. It's there.
Yes,
Okay.
these funds are as well.
This is the mechanism, since it's above the amount that we could do through a task order or something.
Yeah.
This is the mechanism to get it into a contract for us to direct the work. And we did speak with Chuck Holtman, and he said since this work is falling in between two tasks that are within our current
Yeah, but we're
contract.
gonna just keep falling on these in-betweens, so it's not like it doesn't make, we're gonna keep being here. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's a functional method.
May I ask what you think the solution is, or what you would like to see happen?
Well, I don't think asking for a $25,000 budget and scope in between works, only because, not because of you guys, but because we could be in the same situation for another 3 months, right, after this. So my point is, there's gonna be parts of our construction, parts of our bid that we're gonna wanna move forward on. We are not, I think you're artificially binding yourself to saying you can't tick some of those off. Why does it have to be?
I'm confused with your question because we've got $2.8 million in our budget. We've spent $16,886, and he's asking to allocate $25,000 of it as we move through that $2.8 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
The
we're taking
manager
an
Olson and managers, the link to the 25,000 is a coincidence. Aladdis paid that amount. We figured we'd flag it because the
I
board's
think
aware, but the
that's the
scope
right
and
area.
work is separate from that
Yeah,
25,000.
So, but
did
you
confuse it by putting
said
it
that
right.
was like the amount because, okay, maybe I'm confused
Right.
by this, but it
It's-
doesn't make a lot of sense.
All
to
it
me.
is, yeah, forget that 25 and just say this is 25,000 of our already approved budget being identified and released at their discretion to spend.
See, don't we already have a contract with them?
With,
HDR and,
yes.
okay, and can't they just continue billing us?
Yeah. Why-
Well, Manager Miller, managers, they could bill us, but we don't have the authority as staff to approve those invoices because we've
Well, we'll
we've
prove-
reached the end of the contract for the billable rates.
But, you know, approve the billing as it comes in and, you know, forget about the need for them to spend $25,000, I guess, is the way you're putting it. And,
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the one thing, I understand the pipe and wanting to get that moving. The rest of it to me is all kind of malarkey as far as like encouraging them to be, us being more helpful with them and having, I think those should be like change orders or pass-throughs or something, so I'm not sure what your accountant or what your legal is telling you can't have access to these construction funds. I don't know, you guys figure that out, but, so I'm not sure what the right method is for that, but to associate the amount of their delay and us bridging it with consultant hours, to me, that doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, Manager. Mr. Smith, did you want to add something?
Madam President, my comment would be that the project budget is not the issue. The issue is the contract with HDR. The work that Mr. Sherman is describing is not in the existing contract. So he's seeking approval to extend the contract.
They won't do work unless it's in a contract.
They shouldn't.
This is our structure, that the board authorizes work over $5,000 for the staff to be able to direct billable work, and then code the invoices, and then you approve the check register. So since we're at contract with HDR for all the base work, to get through 100% design, there's a little bit left for the bidding, because we're not ready to bid. But we do have active coordination with Aladdis, who is working the site actively and looking at modifying takedown. We could have a debate on whether or not we tell Mr. Lux and Aladdis that any modifications to takedown or coordination, you should just pay us for. That's a conversation. But there's also discussion in the scope of work for contingency planning. And so the general concept here is that we're at contract. If we're going to ask HDR to do any more billable hours to coordinate at any base level with the developer that's actively working the site and looking at sequencing the rest of the takedown, and you want to do any contingency planning, we need to extend our contract with HDR. And then the other question is the source of the funds. Yes, we have money in the bank. Part of the money that's in the bank is the $25,000 that Aladdis paid us. The rest of it's levy. There's, reimbursables coming from Public Facilities Authority.
Okay, how much does HDR need to help with the stormwater pipe? Because I'm willing to support that. The contingency planning, I'm offended by because we've been talking about it for years and it didn't go the way I thought it should go, but that's where it's at. So I don't think we should be spending money on contingency planning when the whole goal of the whole process was to have multiple options. So if you have an estimate from HDR on how much it takes for them to get us through the stormwater pipe, to me, that's reasonable. The whole coordination and contingency planning is unreasonable to me.
I don't think anybody objects to having, them working for us, and I think there's a need. It's just the way, it's like, here's a check, figure out how to spend it, kind of approach. And I don't, it doesn't sound right to me. I mean, it just doesn't, and just because the Lattice paid the money doesn't mean it's free money.
The control, though, is that staff will ask HDR to do specific things. It isn't that HDR could just do work.
Well, they could ask them to do work under $5,000 and then have Alatus pay them back in increments.
Yeah. My understanding is that, I mean, this is the way to be more transparent with what we're doing. If we did a series of $5,000 chunks without anyone having a chance, at the board level to look at that. So again, a lot of this is the contracting method so we can direct the work. None of this keeps us from seeking reimbursement from Alatus for this work. This is the way on a day-to-day basis that we can authorize HDR and Dayton Department to do work. So if there is if there's a board desire to press Alatus on reimbursement, this doesn't preclude that. I just want to put that out there.
But we can't ask HDR to do work that falls in this crack between design and bidding and construction.
Well, we don't have anything except the stormwater pipe. That's
So
the
far.
only real work so far, right? Do we know how much they need to work on
Manager
that?
Loftus, thus far, that's the work.
Yeah.
It's only been 30 days, and we anticipate there's a variety of other elements that we would coordinate on, or we may desire to break off the Cottageville parcels separate from 325 Blake Road on different construction schedules. That requires a different bid pack. That would be a board decision. It would require a different bid package and different
Yeah,
specification.
but I don't want to spend a ton of
those
money on
components like that.
engineering, like analyze, should we break this off, should we do this? I mean, at some point, we're just gonna have to pull the trigger and they're gonna have to make a decision, right? We're just gonna sit here with plans and keep spending money and talking about different
They're gonna
concepts.
come back in 3 months and ask for another extension.
I know. So I have no problem with the stormwater and doing those things and addressing them as they come.
I think they're just
So
trying to
whatever
save-
you need for that,
I think
I'm
they're just trying to save
supportive of that.
$25,000 that they get from Lattice is what they're gonna spend without going through the whole budget process. Up to $25,000 or
Yeah.
they can do $5,000 at a time, but otherwise, under that, they could do it automatically. You can say up to $25,000 and don't go over it.
Don't tell Alanis.
Well, we need a new agreement.
We what?
We need a new agreement
With HDR.
with HDR to
Does
allow
this
them
have
to
a
do
new
this
agreement on
kind
it?
of, yeah, right here.
That's just a scope of work. That's not like a new agreement. It's just an amendment.
It's an
And, yeah,
amendment.
the agreement language would stay the same.
Right.
Well, I'd like to know how much the thing in front of us costs, the stormwater pipe coordination, and I support it then. Sounds like others are fine just giving an amount, but I
What's the
would want that
timing?
information before I
What's the
support it.
timing on that, the need for that work?
Chair White, managers, we're working on the construction agreements right now with the Lattice, so those will be coming, before the board as well, so that it's sort of in process essentially. The
And
timing
the-
of the actual work itself is approximately August, I believe they're aiming for construction. And to Manager Maxwell's point, there will be an additional extension request from a Lattice, and that will be coming before the board in July, because their first 90 days will be up, so.
Do you want to amend the motion? Or do you want me to withdraw it?
I think you probably have other members who are supportive of it, but I don't know that.
Well,
Well, parliamentary, I don't think you get to withdraw a motion, we would have to have a vote and then a subsequent
I don't
motion.
know if that's true. I can withdraw the motion, can I?
Oh, it's been seconded, it's now before the body. You can amend it.
I don't know what the amendment would be.
Yeah, it's hard to know if they don't have an estimate from HDR on what work is needed to move that segment along right now.
Yeah, manager loftus. I mean, we haven't asked. We have hourly. You know, we looked at it on an hourly basis to be directed by staff. So they're not moving a review of a pipe forward until it comes to us, and we say, "Hey, here's the pipe from Mike
like that.
over at Laux," and that's why we've structured it the way that it is, because we don't want them working outside of the contract without direct direction from staff. So we could ask them an estimate of hours they think that would take.
Yeah.
They also, part of the struggle with this is they don't know what information they're going to get. And so we don't know what a lattice's specifications look like. We don't know what any of their inspection protocol are, what the testing means and methods are for the site. And so those are things we'll have to review and determine whether that's adequate for our stormwater facility, for them to install it on our behalf. So the uncertainty around what we need them to review is why we've chosen to bring it forward in a general manner rather than take a guess, which would be just as inaccurate, frankly.
So I guess it's a lesson in, I'm sorry, in, how much you're saving by having them do something, right? Part of the project, or those opportunities, like building in some opportunity cost of.
Oh, yeah, manager, office manager. I mean, we estimate that we did go through that process on the front end in terms of restoration costs for the site. Would cost us around $12,000 if we were to install it, but that doesn't include closures of the site and whatever other agreements and legal costs that they're going to come into play. So we'll be far under that, but.
Manager Olson?
Well, I'm going to support it because I think it's a very efficient way of having the contract in place and letting them do the work as we direct them. And that's really the reason we direct them. I trust our staff to be very scrupulous with how that money gets approved and spent as it goes to pay for the invoices and the work done. So I'm willing to support this.
Thank you. If there's anyone who'd like to weigh in before we vote.
I agree with Bill.
All right, then, I'll do by roll call. Voting to adopt the resolution, Manager Hitchmati.
Aye.
Manager Maxwell.
Aye.
Manager Olson.
Aye.
Manager White votes aye. Manager Loftus.
Nay.
Manager Stando.
Aye.
Manager Miller.
Aye.
Aye, okay. The motion carries 6-1.
The, Angela Loftus has a good point. It's not, it looks like a Southwest LRT contract.
Very
small
one.
Yeah, pretty small, but it's an amendment for pencils, I suppose. But it just, I'm sure it's a good value, everything. It's just not, it's presented kind of awkward, I would guess, that's the best way I would put it. Because it looks like they're obligated to spend $25,000. And I know that's not your intent and you weren't gonna let it happen, but, that's what the paper reads.
Well, it does say that staff would have to direct work, so I read that part in. Well,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Welcome back.
I'll get another chance.
He ggets a breather. Moving to item 11.2, which is resolution 23036. I'm sorry, I skipped it. Moving to item 12.1, which
There we
is
go.
compensation and classification study as a discussion item. We recognize Mr. Whisker and representatives from Baker Tilly.
I'll just kick things off as we sit down by saying that we're not asking for any money, sir.
Yay.
Oh, yeah?
Not tonight. Not tonight. Not tonight.
Really?
No, it's on
Noted.
It's on for discussion.
$0.
No pressure.
It's on for discussion. Everybody ready? It's turning out to be one of those longer nights. We haven't had one like this in a while. Well, good evening, President White, Board of Managers. As President White just mentioned, 12.1 on our agenda this evening is an initial briefing on the 2023 classification and compensation study. where we've gone and benchmarked our pay plan against the regional market, and that's something that hopefully you'll all recall we've started doing as a matter of policy every 5 years now. So this is our first time through this process since restructuring and testing the market in 2018. And the general gist of this is that while we're growing our pay plan annually and moving people through it, that we want to test the market periodically to help us remain competitive in the region for talent. And joining us to step through things this evening on methods and findings and recommendations is Laura Linehan, and then we've got Thomas Patton, her associate, in the audience. And as I was just mentioning, tonight's really just slated for initial briefing and discussion on how we've approached the work, what we found, direction that we could go for cost to implement. No action required. We'll try and keep things high level, see where the board wants to take things, and then we'll synthesize your feedback and integrate that into our 2024 budget discussions at the July 13th Operation and Committee meeting, and then bring final report back, any action for cost to implement later in July. So we're trying to take this in a few steps so that we can integrate your thoughts and feedback. Any questions on why we're here before Laura jumps in? We're going to tag team a few of the slides, but she's going to be driving things for us tonight.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. And thank you, President White, and thank you, Board of Managers. Before I begin, I do want to thank the board for the opportunity to do this work with the district. It's been an absolute pleasure to do this work for the district and work with the district staff as well. Walking through a high-level agenda of our kind of goals for this presentation today. We'll walk through project methodology, project results, including an emphasis on internal equity, a review of the external equity from the market study, an overview of the pay plan development, and walk through some implementation opportunities, as well as some recommendations and next steps. This is an overview of the project and really the phases of the type of work that we do and the work that we did for the district. So starting with data collection, having a very in-depth project planning meeting where we walked through goal setting and really collected a lot of the district's data, including personnel manuals, current internal equity, pay plans, safe scores, really just an overview of everything that is currently active to make sure we kind of know where we need to go from where we start. Kind of concurrently, we do a position review as well as the market assessment. So I'll start with a position review. Some of you may have remembered in kind of the initial adoption that James mentioned in 2018, a use of the SAFE job evaluation system. SAFE stands for the Systematic Analysis Factor Evaluation, and is Baker Tilly's proprietary 9-point job evaluation system that was specifically designed and developed to measure internal equity within local government positions and organizations. So we utilize the existing SAFE job evaluation. The district has done an absolutely fantastic job of keeping up with SAFE and the job evaluation. We only did some kind of minor tweaks to that job evaluation. And some of those minor tweaks are some 3 title adjustments really based on organizational requests, as well as just some sort of internal equity leveling when it came to kind of some education and experience components, but really utilize the existing SAFE structure that is existing within the organization. Concurrently, we go to market. We collect data, base pay, from the peer organizations that were approved and selected by the district. And we, like I mentioned, collect base pay information and also collect benefits information from those peer organizations. I'll walk through those peer organizations at a later slide, but that's kind of the structure that we use to collect really the market data. We then take all of that information and kind of start doing what we like to refer to as the fun stuff, because we're comp nerds. We like building pay plans. So we really use then the market data as well as the position data to build a custom tailored pay structure, some draft grade assignments, and then also provide potential costs to implement. Also an additional deliverable, like I mentioned with the market assessment, we collected benefits information. So we also provided a benefits comparison report, which I believe was included in your packets this evening. And that has led us to where we are now with project completion. So we've done a program manager presentation. I believe James has presented kind of some budget discussion items at your June meeting. We also did a program manager and staff briefing, and we are here now with the Board of Managers presentation. We will then be drafting a final report, which I believe will then be brought forward for board consideration. So a little bit more about SAFE, the Systematic Analysis Factor Evaluation. So this was specifically designed to measure local government jobs, to really determine internal value. If any of you remember Springstead from the 2018, this is the same system, and it was specifically designed to measure local government jobs. So each of the positions within an organization, within your organization's pay plan has a corresponding SAFE score that truly measures the internal value of the positions using the 9 compensable factors listed on the PowerPoint in front of you. Those 9 factors are weighted as outlined on the presentation, and those existing SAFE scores, like I mentioned, were utilized to develop the pay plan with just some minor tweaks. Some recommended title changes here, as you can see on the screen, from Project Planning Program Manager, a proposed title of Project Director, to Policy Planning Program Manager to Policy Director, and then building in an additional sort of career progression for the Project Maintenance Coordinator position, to doing a senior level for that position. So those are really the only sort of 3 title tweaks outside of the existing benchmark list that was utilized for market. About the market assessment. So when we're going out for market and kind of collecting information from peer organizations, we kind of look to organizations that are similar in size, revenue, population, services provided, geographic proximity, and also competition for talent. So we're also looking at, who may an organization lose talent to, and then also who may an organization gain talent from, to really kind of capture both ends to help an organization remain competitive in their selected kind of peer group. We also have utilized some private sector data. An interesting thing about the private sector, unlike the public sector, is private sector organizations are not able to call up each other and say, hey, what are you paying for this position? Let me know. They have to use published salary sources to really collect that data. So we use 3 salary sources to really help capture that private sector value for positions that may be found also commonly within the private sector. When we go to market, we use benchmark positions, or a job commonly found in the workplace. Our goal is really to get strong quality matches to positions within other organizations. We don't do a lot of data adjustments. However, we do make data adjustments to the work week, for example, kind of comparing organizations that may have, for example, a 37.5-hour work week compared to a 40-hour work week, to really have that apples-to-apples comparison from a wage standpoint. If data is not in the current fiscal year, we will do some aging. This really only occurs with one of the private sector sources, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is generally a little bit behind. So we really don't do a lot of data aging except for that source. From a quality control standpoint, I know this is a data-driven organization, so I want to make sure that I spend a lot of time on the market data and kind of how we got there. So market data is not weighted, so no peer is more important than the other. The data comes in and it's analyzed kind of on that same playing field. We do require at least 3 matches per benchmark to really determine a good market value. We kind of take that approach of triangulating the data. We do prefer to have 4, but we'll go down to 3 matches and still kind of use that as a good match to determine market value for a position. When I say match, I mean a 75% overlap in job duties and responsibilities. So we get this question a lot. Well, that's not the same title. Why aren't the titles the same? Well, we're not looking at the title. We are truly looking at the duties and responsibilities within the organizations and then comparing them to the duties and responsibilities of the districts and the work that they do. So a lot of times, for example, this happens frequently in human resources positions, for example. Sometimes they'll call them coordinators, sometimes they're a manager, sometimes they're a specialist, sometimes they're a generalist. We're really looking at that duty and responsibility to make sure that it's a good match, that 75%. And that 75% is best industry standard. We use World at Work as kind of our guiding principles for industry standards. So that 75% is an organization and really industry accepted quality of match. Like I mentioned, the employee benefits were collected from peer organizations and compared to the district's offerings. The district identified 8 public peer organizations to be included in the study. Those are listed in I guess it's technically teal, below. We also, like I mentioned, use those 3 published surveys to kind of represent the private sector. And when we use those private sector sources, we still selected matches through the lens of that 75% match or more. So if there was a position that wasn't found in these private sector data sources, we didn't find a good match, we didn't use it. The 3 I just want to talk a little bit about. Comp Analyst is a relatively well-known survey source. You might have also heard of it as salary.com. But we use the professional purchased package, not any type of employee self-reported data. This is data that's reported from organizations. The Bureau of Labor Statistics is a federally recognized source for salaries. And then also the Economic Research Institute, which is utilizing Bureau of Labor Statistics data, but again, kind of an industry-wide accepted source for private sector data. We also did take into account a salary survey that was kind of done on a multi-district basis. So we did take that into consideration. There were 9 participating watershed organizations that participated in that survey. Of course, the district had participated, and we of course removed that data when analyzing. But we did use that very tailored watershed organization data as well. So 20 out of the 22 positions were included in the market survey as benchmark positions. That's 87% of the district's positions. The 2 positions that were not included was a research and monitoring field assistant, which is a seasonal position, and also that senior project maintenance coordinator position. The reason that senior position wasn't included is because we're able to really kind of gather where that position will fall in the market using kind of the entry level position and then the manager level position. So that's why 20 out of the 22 were included in the survey. Out of the 20 benchmarks, we had a very, very good show of data. There was only 1 position that had less than 3 matches, so therefore a market value was not calculated. So when a position is insufficient or does not have a market value, that's really where we rely on that internal equity using that SAFE system to then sort of slot the position appropriately with other positions that may have a similar SAFE score. So overall, the study yielded market values for 19 positions, a good showing. We like to have at least 50%, that's industry standard, so we're very happy with the data showing for the study. For each of the benchmark positions that yielded a market result, we calculated an average minimum, midpoint, and maximum for each of those positions. So doing a comparison of the minimums of the market as well as the district's minimums, we found it to be around 2.6 behind on average across all positions. And then at the midpoint, which we kind of consider the market, we found to be 8% behind market on average, and this is across all of the positions. So some positions, might have been higher, some might have been lower. This is just the 8% on average for all positions. I want to take a moment just to pause a little bit to talk about sort of what we've seen in the market in general over the last couple of years. I'm sure none of you are going to be surprised with what I'm about to say, but the market has been a little interesting over the last couple of years, particularly for recruiting and particularly in the local government sector. This, 8%, really there's been a lot of change because of COVID. So not numbers that we necessarily have found to be terribly surprising with the market that we've seen. And I'll turn it over to James.
So take a moment here before I turn it back to Laura to just take a look at, what was I going to say? With the data coming in to indicate drift from market, 2.6% on the entry or the minimum salary, and 8% on average from midpoint, which I think is somewhat inevitable unless you're out front. You're always kind of hopscotching and chasing market. I was really interested in looking at if the policy that the board adopted in 2018 and the strategy that the board set had positioned the district any better this time around than the first time that we did this study before we get into the actual pay plan. And so this chart shows the segments of staff by compensation ratio. And compensation ratio is pretty simply a measure of how close any individual in our organization is to the midpoint of their salary range. So 100% compensation ratio is in the very middle. And as Laura just mentioned, we're using that as our measure or anchor to market. And so for us, it's also a measure of how proficient people are in the job. We want to move them generally to midpoint if they're doing really well. And so it's also a measure of tenure and proficiency. And so I've just sliced the data up, and I skipped a couple of years just to kind of drive the message home. But looking at 2018, some take-home stats is 64% of our team, when we did this work in 2018, which is that blue chunk, were below the minimum market range when we got the data back from market. And of that blue chunk, 80% of staff were more than 20% away from the bottom end of the proposed pay plan. So there's just a very significant cost just to get a very large, more than half of our staff just into the bottom of the pay plan. I think part of the story there is we also observed a lack of internal equity and pay on a merit basis because we didn't necessarily have the system. So if we look at that, how that kind of changes over time, based on the strategy and policy, you can see that people have, on the whole, we've moved from entry to midpoint. So that yellow bar is the percentage or grouping of people that are close to, at, or above midpoint. The gray bar in 2023, you can see the rest of our staff are climbing. So a big take home here is in 2023, even with market drift, as we get the data back from the survey that Baker Tilly's done, is we don't have anybody that falls outside of what is being proposed as a pay plan. And I think that that's some indication of success. We've seen drift, but we're not getting the same kind of results that we did in 2018. Of the folks that are in orange there, which is that entry-level band, they're lower on the pay spectrum in their pay bracket. We have about 3 folks, and they've all been here 12 to 18 months. And so I think this is hopefully useful context to the board in terms of how we're implementing the strategy and policy, is that if you're here 3, 5, 6 years and you're performing, we're honoring our commitment to move people up towards midpoint. And as we've now got market data back 5 years later, it's kind of worked. We don't have people falling wildly out of the new pay plan range.
Quick question. If those new people have been here a year, would the goal eventually look like there's no more orange left?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the stability of staff and tenure.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we freeze in place every position.
Yeah, what we've generally communicated to staff and what's set in the policies, we listed in the compensation policy, if you rewind to 2018, that the board adopted our overall pay philosophy, and we listed how we think about performance as an organization, and that we're using compensation and total comp as a way to recruit talent, and that we want to move people, quote, efficiently through the range. What we've kind of broken that down to internally is 3 to 5 years. You need a year to hire, on board, test, see how things are going, you're making movement. As you build proficiency, 3 to 5 years is sort of hopefully closer to full proficiency or mastery. It depends on each individual's aptitude, drive, what job they're in. Some positions it might be easier to get to midpoint faster because they're less skills, less dimension, further down our pay chart.
Thanks.
Yep. Any other questions about that? Otherwise, the next segment is some benefit findings and then getting into just the analysis and the pay plan and then cost to implement.
Looks like you're good to go.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it back to Laura to discuss benefits. As she mentioned, there's a report in your packet. We asked questions on things like pay plan design, time off, holidays, PTO, disability, parental leave, other benefits like tuition. The board had specifically asked, about flexible work environments, post-COVID and remote work and those things. And as you look through the report, there's generally a decent amount of alignment across those parameters. For tonight, Laura's focusing on the bigger ticket of health benefit findings. And so if there's questions about those other things and we want to dig in, we can do that, but we're going to start with the health benefits.
Thank you, James. So looking at really sort of our first and major finding in regards to the current health plan offering, really the district remains cost competitive per capita. You can see kind of the chart outlines in orange especially from a percentage cost coverage for employees, employee-only coverage, I should be clear. The average reported cost for employee coverage was around 96%, whereas the district's covering around 100. So really, relatively comparative from a employee-only coverage standpoint. From a percent paid by employer for employee and family, the market does kind of outline a lower percentage cost coverage for families with an average of around 81%, with the district paying 100% of that coverage. So again, that's sort of a high-level finding for the coverage and amounts for health insurance plans, but I'm certainly happy to take any additional questions on the benefits report in general. If I just maybe pause here to cover those.
One quick question. The monthly cost, the $17.95 or $65? I can't see that. $95. The risk factors on that are, the 10 to 20% the healthcare industry continues to grow each year, right? And then the health of our employees. So there could be rapid growth in that number with very little notice.
Obviously not being someone who would necessarily coordinate a renewal or kind of have those thoughts, but I mean, yes, from
Yeah.
sort of an annual, look at, how you did, with your plan, your stop loss insurance, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
There's certainly obviously an opportunity for that number to potentially grow, or I suppose if you have a good year, potentially
Right. Yeah.
decrease or remain flat. We can always knock on wood and hope for that.
But is that our risk area? Or is there another area that you see like?
So kind of in an overall, amount and kind of those items, we really just kind of measured the dollar amount and then the percentage necessarily paid by employer. So I'm just not sure I'm necessarily able to comment on the district's kind of, I guess, risk level in regards to, that dollar amount. That obviously is certainly a number that more likely than not could grow and would also potentially grow if you did another comparison to organizations. It's likely that number outgrows as well. So it really, I think, is just sort of something to watch, certainly, but not something I can necessarily comment on from a risk perspective.
Okay.
Was there any rule changes from the state that would affect these for the health care benefits and everything else that the state passed, so many of those new benefits? Will that affect any of this?
Again, not necessarily being someone who, provides, I guess, guidance on, state impacts or state law impacts on health insurance and what may or may not occur. I can't 100% comment on that. Obviously, something to watch, and I'm sure all of your risk team and your legal teams are certainly watching how that may impact, but not necessarily something I can comment through the lens really of the comp study or the market study.
I will say to Manager Maxwell and Manager Loftus's point, we are tracking at a high level, and there's a series of League of Cities briefings set up on the legislation around leave, and that will start to impact us in kind of a segmented way. I think most of it rolls out in 26. We're starting to get up to speed on that. I don't think it's going to directly affect employee health, but some of how we provide, family medical leave and short-term disability and those sorts of things.
Family, down the line, different older relationships and some other stuff.
And then I think to Manager Loftus's point, there's obviously volatility in healthcare marketplace, and I don't think there's ever a year where the costs have gone down that I could recall. So I think that's a fair assessment. That's just the world that we live in privatized medicine. We are part of an age-banded small group. This organization, we talked about this last time, and so I can, at the next budget meeting, provide you a breakdown of total benefits and employee health benefits, how those have grown for us over time. We've done a pretty good job since 2018. There's been a couple years through changes that we've made where we've actually kept benefits flat over a fiscal year. What we've seen in the marketplace on average, there's been 1 year where very low growth, like 2%. On average, we've seen 5 to 6 for our group. And through changes in our HRA and different offerings, and just the fact that because we're age banded and we're a small group and our census is relatively young, and the breakdown of our families, like the demographics of our team, we haven't seen huge spikes in costs. But obviously, with about 50% of our positions vacant, a lot of that could change, to your point. So we could
How
dig,
big is our group? Like how many
I think
people
small
are you
group,
averaging?
small group qualifications are under 50, I think. That's sort of my go-to stalwart on, benefits. In terms of our current group, I mean, is that what you're
So
asking?
it's just us individually, the watershed district. We're
Yeah.
not part of another group or
Right.
grouped together with another.
Correct.
Okay.
And then, yeah, and so we're far under that, and we'll always be a small group unless we can get to 30, and the board says, we're doing such amazing work, we need another 21 people.
Up the levy.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the concept of insurance is obviously one person falls ill, but you've got all these other people who are healthy, right? And it kind of, you take risk and you're insuring against it. And so sometimes it's great when you have a
Yeah.
really healthy population, you have a great rate. And then sometimes if you have a small group, one surgery or one illness can really change
Yeah.
that. So there's pros and cons and with being a small group, but
Yeah.
there's, so far it's positive, it looks like, and you're trending.
I think so. I mean, you can't predict the future.
Right.
We can, and it's, sometimes dangerous to rely on the past as like your best bellwether for what's going to happen next year, the year after. But I think one key takeaway is we, in 2018, when this came back and we had the whole conversation around percent coverage or dollar per, cost per capita, we were, relatively below market then, and in 5 years of continuous inflation in the marketplace, we're still about, on an employee level only, when you strip out family, about 50% of the average cost. So, I mean, that's a product of our census and small group. We are relatively young as a team. And we don't have, not everybody has family. So that has kept us cost competitive, and other
Yeah.
changes, our demographics change. So
You have to
not-
keep turning down those board requests to get on your health care.
Yeah,
Stay good.
I've rejected everyone that you've sent me.
I've never said.
Any other questions about benefits or just kind of the fringe benefit environment in general? I know there are questions about flexible environment. There's only so much quantitative data you can get back on how flexible other employers are being. Generally, I think what we're finding is we're striking a good balance with in-office, remote time, and like the level of flexibility we have. But I don't know if the board wants to get specific, or if you've got comments there, or on anything else before we move to the next section.
Just out of curiosity, is that something we are going to start tracking, or that is becoming a big post-COVID marketplace, workplace issue, right?
Absolutely, and it's interesting that this kind of came up at the time. We're now starting to look at actually in sort of the benefits survey that we do kind of have that be a standard question about the
Yeah.
flexible work environment. Whereas historically it would be something that if organizations were interested in it, they might ask us to add it. But I think we're starting to get to that point where it's something that we're kind of making part of our standard survey. From an overall market trend, I actually recently authored an article on like alternative benefits, kind of comparing from private sector to local government sector, and utilizing a Mercer, which is a kind of a reputable source for insurance trends. Really, that article said that around 78% of organizations, and this is a large nationwide survey, but 78% of organizations that participated in that survey are looking at offering flexible work options. Not necessarily being a fully remote environment, but really offering those hybrid environments. So I guess to comment on it, I don't think that it's something that's necessarily going away. And it's certainly a trend that I think organizations are looking to maintain, and certainly a benefit that workers are appreciating as well.
And that you want to stay competitive and, yeah.
As you read the headlines, I mean, for what they're worth, or you keep your ear to the rail, it definitely seems like the pendulum swing pretty quick, out to full remote because of the pandemic. And then remote's the best thing ever, let's keep it. And now starting to swing back with some major corporations, asking people to be in office, whether it's Google or others. And our team's, I think, always been in kind of the middle, which is we want the flexibility, we're providing it. in a coordinated way with technology and everything else, but that we do a lot of our best work when we're face to face and jamming as a team. So we've got a decent balance of that going right now.
Okay. Whoa.
Move to the market comparison. So this is a really a sort of a document that we provide that truly shows the comparison of the district's current midpoints to the market. So one thing I want to mention is this is the structure of the pay plan compared to the market. It's not looking at necessarily where people are actually paid. It's looking at the individual like pay grade for the positions. And taking that current midpoint and then making comparisons to what is in orange, the average midpoint, which is what we consider, again, at market. We also provide some additional sort of numbers just for consideration. Some organizations may want to potentially look at anchoring their pay plans at 95% of market or around 5% below market if they truly believe that their benefits packages are so robust that they can kind of make up for that from compensation. We haven't seen a lot of organizations take this approach. As I mentioned, the market's been a little interesting the last couple of years, but we certainly provide it as a data point for consideration. We also provide 105% of market or 5% ahead of market. So if an organization truly wanted to be kind of a leader in compensation, what that might look like from a percentage standpoint. I want to mention that the blue arrows on this document are noting that positions are below market average at the midpoint or at these different comparison points, and then the red is above. So I'll give everybody a little opportunity to just sort of absorb, but like I had mentioned earlier, around 8% at the midpoint for an overall.
These are not actual salaries, they're our salary range numbers.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So that current midpoint, if you look at kind of next to the grade, so for example, I guess I'll take the top one to use as an example. So that grade 21, the current midpoint of grade 21 is that 127, whereas the market is looking at a 157 for the current midpoint. Again, that's not what individuals are actually paid, it's just the structure of the pay band.
Thank you.
Okay, so to me it's counterintuitive, but I'm getting used to it. The current midpoint is us,
Yes.
and if we are above, then we're.
It's red.
It's gonna be red.
It's red.
Over on the market.
Mhm.
Got it.
And if you're below, it's blue. I will be honest, it took me a bit when I first started working here too. I can understand.
Okay.
So one thing I want to point out is, and we'll talk about this more in the pay plan design phase, but this doesn't mean then that when we're building out the pay structure, that these positions are completely adjusted in tandem with these numbers. There's still more to the process and kind of taking that internal equity component and really using this as kind of guardrails to build out a pay structure, using a regression analysis to test the relationship. I just want to make sure that that's, I guess, clear on this page. It doesn't mean that these positions are moving at those percentages when it comes to a pay plan design.
So this chart tells me our administrator is just getting hammered.
Well, I don't think so. I'll speak for myself since it's about me. As Laura just mentioned, this is the market data, and then we want to adjust it for our organization based on our internal hierarchy and do that regression analysis for our SAFE score. So there's an adjustment process. This is just market data, and one of the things that we talked about with staff when we provided the briefing there is, I would be flattered if you draw direct comparisons with me and the city manager of Bloomington, but I would think arguably they might have a touch more responsibility in terms of span of control and budget and those other sorts of things. And so this is market data from the market that this board has decided to compete with, and the agencies that you see in Bloomington, Edina, those others, watersheds, the private data. This is just a representation of the market data, and then that gets calibrated into our pay plan.
And just so you know, I don't think you're getting hammered, so.
And that current midpoint isn't an actual.
Correct.
Right, that's not what anybody's getting paid, that's the
Right,
midpoint
that's
of
the
our
midpoint
current
of the
pay
range
plan.
that we
Of the
just
study.
studied.
Yeah, so on the
And that's
left.
100% of the market.
Yep, the left the very far left column is we have a pay plan that says for the administrator, there's a minimum salary, the midpoint of the salary range is 127, and there's a higher end of the salary range. So there's a range.
Yeah.
That's the middle of the current range.
Yep.
And then the middle highlighted column is if we tie ourselves to market, that's the data that shows where we stand.
Got it.
But that's
And
not-
why do we compare the midpoint to 100% of market?
So when we look at that 100% of market, we're really looking at being proficient in the job. So that's what we call 100% of market. You are proficient in your job and you're, fully able to do the position that you kind of have been hired to. So that means when we kind of go out to then build a pay structure, we use that to kind of anchor the pay plan. So that really sits as the middle of the pay plan. So that means there's opportunities for people to go past that and opportunities, for people maybe starting out who are not proficient in their job yet to then kind of be able to come into the organization. So that's really just what anchors the pay plan structure.
Midpoint is 100%.
Correct.
I see. Yeah.
And that's where, like I've mentioned, some organization, if they want to take that lag approach or that lead approach, we then would anchor the pay plan at, say, that 95% of market, sort of a little bit, lagging, or 105% if you really want it to be competitive and lead the market. So this is kind of the page where it's kind of like, where do you want to root your pay plan structure at, looking at the different market components and results.
And our pay plan, to be clear, as we jump into the next steps, is based on the middle. It's a board decision. That's what we did last time. So we've used the same market, so we got apples to apples. We're not, we didn't shift the market composition. And then part of the analysis that we've done is that we would tie to at 100%. That's a board decision. So if you wanted to do something different, we would run the cost to implement scenarios different. The pay plan would shift, but for
Well, and
Mm-hmm.
just
purposes
like
of tonight.
if you really don't feel like we should be comparing the city of Bloomington, city manager, what city do you think we should be comparing? Those are decisions as well.
Yeah.
Those are decisions.
New York
It doesn't,
City.
New York
City.
Yeah. Hennepin County
You asked.
coordinator. Bloomington was not comparable, okay.
Right, yeah.
I didn't say why.
Oh, because it's too low,
Yeah.
okay.
Mayor Fry is unavailable.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So in having that pay plan discussion, really when we have the discussions with organizations that we're working with, it's a discussion about the number of pay plans, the types of pay plans, the designs. We really have sort of a full, robust process of really what is going to work best for the organization. And that can be influenced by a number of things. The district decided to utilize its existing kind of pay structure, continue with the one pay plan structure that's working well. So we have all 22 positions on that single pay structure, and like James mentioned, the draft pay plan is aligned at 100% of market. So this is a graphic representation of your current pay structure. So it is an open range plan, meaning it's got a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum. And there are 17 pay grades. Really, the pay plan actually starts at grade 5. So really, grades 5 through 21 are being utilized. There's 40% range spreads across the board and a 7% midpoint differential. So what is a range spread? A range spread is the percentage between the minimum and the maximum, and then the midpoint differential is the percent between each grade. So what you can see on the other chart is really the regression without any pay plan adjustments. So the regression, we'll talk about it a little bit more, but the regression is testing the relationship between the market results and then the internal safe evaluation score. So you can see right now with the existing pay structure, all of the lines really represent the pay plan structure itself. So you can see that the midpoint, which is kind of that teal color, is a little bit off from the regression. It's kind of a little wonky. This is really where sort of the art of the pay plan design comes into consideration. So like I mentioned, this is the current regression without the adjustments. Like I mentioned, the market results and the safe scores are really what we are looking at in testing this relationship. Our proposed pay plan structure, again, is still an open range plan, still those 17 grades with the pay plan really starting at grade 5. We did make some adjustments, however, to the range spreads and the midpoint differentials. So you can kind of see starting at grade 17, we start adjusting those range spreads to 45 and adjusting the midpoint differentials to 10%. And the reason we kind of took this truly tailored approach is because having range spreads that match the type of position within each grade really is beneficial. So for example, like James mentioned earlier, it might take a little bit less time to get to market proficiency in your job. So that's where we might see more of those 40% range spreads. Whereas with some higher level positions, maybe those supervisory level, manager level, director level positions, it just takes more time to really become proficient in your job. So we've tailored these range spreads to kind of match the nature and level of work within these grade assignments. Or the midpoint differentials and why we've made those adjustments. This is also to help encourage individuals potentially to move up eventually into those supervisor and manager level positions. So this is creating some separation between the grades to kind of encourage that and also take into account those different components for the different positions within those grades. So that's where we made some minor tweaks to your pay structure, but it truly was based on the results that we received from a market standpoint and really structuring the positions within the grades. And again, this is aligned at 100% of market. So any questions on those tweaks before I
have a question.
Yeah.
Or I need help with this. Okay,
Yeah.
so if let's just take grade 17, because that's where you're changing your band.
Sure.
Or your range spread. If I'm walking in and it's a new job for me, I'm making $85,000 a year. I get proficient, I'm doing my job well. I'm then at the midpoint, 104,000, right? So I'm at 100% of the market. This is what I would, could, or competitively could get paid anywhere.
Yeah.
Then I get really good at my job sometime later, and I'm at the maximum 123,000. Is that then 122, give or take, percent of the competitive market? So I'm getting paid 22.5% more than the market is paying others for that job.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Based on, of course, the longevity and everything within an organization and being very proficient, potentially higher level within the organization.
Okay.
But yes, absolutely.
So when we say our midpoint is 100%, it's our employees have the potential to get to 122% of competitive market.
Yes.
With those high level people we're comparing ourselves to.
Yes.
Okay. Which I think is good. That's a high amount.
She stimulated a thought about this is kind of like a snapshot. So as the market starts to increase, how do we not find out that by the time you get to 123, you're at the midpoint of where the market is?
You have a study every 5 years.
Well, no, we do, yes.
Yes.
But the idea is that in the compensation policy, which I think it makes sense based on some of the questions, I know it's been 5 years, you guys aren't looking at it all the time, to bring it back and dust it off, is it establishes how we grow the pay plan on an intermediate basis so that we don't every 5 years get surprised with, oh wow, we've had 25% drift from market because our pay plan is static.
Right.
The market's growing every year.
Right.
The way that we've done that and why that we've seen 5 to 8% drift is we're using a Bureau of Labor Statistics index for cost of living for government workers, all seasonal. It's like a massive table. And then they look at quarterly wage inflation for groupings. And we've tied ourselves to a specific group. And through the budget process each year, we look at that index, and it's rear facing. It's like what happened over the last quarter. Well, we use that in June to kind of toggle wages. And then by September, we're looking back over the last 12-month cycle. And so we're using the last 12 months of wage inflation to inform pay plan growth. So we're always about a year behind. And I put a graphic together that I can bring back to the budget committee meeting that I used in the last budget committee meeting that showed the changes that we made to our pay plan to grow our pay plan, and then inform cost of living budget increases in the budget, and how those align with what really happened. Because remember, we're taking Bureau of Labor Statistics rear facing. And so for several years pre-COVID and right up until around COVID, what was rear-facing was a decent predictor of the future. And then within about the last 18 months, I think from 22 to 23, we used a cost of living index as an example, like 3.2%. That was the last 12 months for Bureau of Labor Statistics. What actually happened was closer to 5. And so that's where you can get that drift, is we did 3.2 for the pay plan, but the wage inflation now, when we look back, was actually 5. So we had a little bit of drift in a calendar year.
Right.
So then every 5 years, hopefully you're minimizing your drift, but you're probably always going to find that you're a little bit behind unless you set your pay plan at 105% and you're out in front, which the board's opted to not do. Does that clear as mud?
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
And I don't know what the data was like before. I mean, I have a sense, but I don't know really before the first plan 5 years ago. But kudos to you, James, for really getting kind of a systemized approach and data-driven approach to how you keep things moving forward so that you don't get caught
I think
with
it's been
huge
a
percentages.
real partnership with the board. I mean, when we transitioned the organization, I was working fairly closely on a liaison basis with President White, Manager Loftus, Manager Miller, and you guys were along for a lot of the restructuring and that initial pay plan. And we didn't have position descriptions. We didn't have a pay plan. We didn't have a review policy. And so that's why when we did the market study, when we did get that back, we didn't have a plan to actually grow. And so that was one of the most nerve-wracking parts of doing this, is like, how far off are we going to be? Because we don't want to be surprised every 5 years. So it's been a good partnership, and I think one of the reasons for lingering tonight is we at least look at this every 5 years. Really important that the board understand it, feel comfortable with it, and then in our spirit of transparency, try and provide as much information as possible around a sensitive topic, which is how much we pay people.
It's an observation, and I don't want an answer. I see our structure as a cultural, unique type of a thing. I see the caliber of the education you need just to work here as higher than what I'll call market. I see the work excellence very high, so I am very comfortable if everybody's at the midpoint or higher point. It's unique to our organization, but it is, I don't think we need to have gotta have 20% in the low range and 40% or 60% in the middle range and 20% in the high range. I've been in organizations, involved with organizations that thought that way, and I don't think that applies to us at all. So when you look at a range, I think our culture, our willingness to, if you see that commercial where they say, we need hats, and everybody ducks down in their cubicle, and then the one gal says, I'll get them, and she goes to Imprint and gets her hats.
No.
Okay, we don't have that here. Okay, we don't have everybody ducking and trying to avoid work. We have a lot of people who go out of their way to drive from their home, go all the way to the office to get a boat and set it up in the park before we all get there at first thing in the morning. And that means that we have got a lot of people who excel at their task. And so I just want to let you know that I think that the ranges are fine, but that we've got a pretty high-performing group of people. And
Well, I think it's, the board's taken a comprehensive approach, and another thing that you've put a premium on through the comp policy is high accountability. And, it's tough to be short-staffed, but we've put a premium on retaining quality and also holding people accountable to the standards that the board set, which is a really hard thing to do. And that's a component of those bands, those segments. It's not just that, hey, we paid everybody and moved everybody into yellow. It's that if you're not performing, you're probably not here in year 3 to 5 to be moving up into midpoint. And it's a hard thing to say out loud, but that's sort of a hidden story behind those segments of bands. It's not just we're moving everybody so that the data looks pretty.
Okay.
Manager Miller?
Well, the way you manage this organization is not like a bureaucracy where things are automatic and everything. I mean, everybody's held to a high performance standard, and if they don't meet that, I mean, there's consequences. And so I don't feel that comfortable comparing our staff with other units of government. I mean, you know, there's no, I'm not condemning other units, but I think that we've got a call for excellence above normal. And so I feel very comfortable with using the market as a guide, but not a format.
Great discussion. Maybe you can skip the regression analysis now of how we get to the pay plan, because you just showed the pay plan and everybody said they're comfortable. And Andrew Miller always tells me you can't listen to yourself, you're in trouble, so.
All right. Well, I am gonna I have to, you know,
Okay.
I'm really excited about this. Okay, so I have to pause on this regression analysis, because this is what it looks like now
You're
with
gonna find
the
holes in your
new
map if you linger.
pay plan design. So look at how nice and pretty that lays. This is really where we take the data and we get kind of into the art and the build of how we kind of tweak, you know, like that midpoint differential, that range, but to really get a good progression.
You describe yourself as a cop nerd, and I say,
Yes.
you be you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You've already, you know, shared your comments and thoughts on the pay structure, but I will pause here. This again is the proposed titles, proposed grade assignments, and really the new kind of minimum, midpoints, and maximums for the pay structure. One thing I also want to mention is really in Minnesota in particular, a driver for these grade assignments is truly that SAFE score, that point score. And that is because of a very fun law that I'm sure some of you have heard of, the Minnesota Local Government Pay Equity Act, that outlines that each position within an organization does need to have a point score that's tied to really ensure equal pay between men and women in different job classifications. So this is really, that internal equity is the driver really behind this, with then that market, of course, being considered in the actual build. But like I mentioned, we did really keep the existing structure and the existing SAFE scores, except for a few tweaks. We, in doing this work, provide kind of some out-of-the-box implementation scenarios. So the first option that we generally outline is we would like employees to actually be on the new pay structure that we've proposed. So the first implementation scenario truly just moves employees to the minimum of the new range if they're below. All others would retain their existing salary. Option 2 that we had proposed is employees receive the greater of moving to the minimum if their current salary is below, or that 2% adjustment. So really no employee receives less than a 2% adjustment. That 2% number really is a number that we have just seen organizations kind of across the country and work that we do be comfortable with. So it really, that number could be anything, but 2% is kind of the sort of initial standard that we would provide, truly just based on what we've seen councils, you know, be comfortable with adopting. The option 3 is a little bit more of a tailored approach, and this amount was also sort of tailored based on the data that we received. So employees would move to the minimum of the new pay range, and then employees would receive a 3.5% increase times years in position or retain their current salary. And the purpose of this option really is to help with compression, specifically in positions that have a lot of incumbents within their sort of grade. So organizations had to make a lot of decisions through COVID just to bring people in to hiring. So this really helps reset based on years in position, not years with the organization, year in position. However,
Yeah, thanks. So, as Laura mentioned, it doesn't make much sense to move people to minimum if nobody's out of range. And when we look at years in position, it hasn't been a huge factor. That's not a huge factor for us because we're young in position. We restructured in 2018, so everybody that's been here since 2018 has been in position for 5 years, myself included. So I took a look at Baker Tilly's percent adjustment, but I looked at it just from a slightly different angle. And this is yet another option. Trying to keep things as simple as possible and not present you with 10 options that is overwhelming. So again, this is for discussion tonight, and we talked about this at the budget committee meeting too. But what I looked at the percent increase from is through the lens of what might it cost to maintain people's current compensation ratio. So if your current compensation ratio is you're paid 105% of midpoint, that's today, and we implement this new pay plan, that's going to move around you and your comp ratio, which is a measure of your tenure, your performance slides down to 97%, what, hypothetically, what does it cost to stay where you are in the new market-driven pay plan? So it's still that measure of your merit and time with the organization. I found that cost to be approximately $100,000, and I thought that might be too much to bite off in way of a mid-year adjustment. And so one of the things that we talked about during committee that I floated is if we were to make a recommendation for mid-year adjustment, I'd put it somewhere around 2.9%, which is a little bit more bullish than what Baker Tilly's flat 2% was. And that would be 2.9% on existing positions, and that's around $48,000. And that would get us some movement within the market data that we've gotten back this year. Then looking ahead to 2024, and I should mention, we would be able to do that given our current census and personnel budget within budget and without making a budget amendment. And I've looked forward as to how that would carry forward into 2024 and the ripple effects and what we might budget there. And if we went 5.4% net on personnel, which includes wages and benefits, so net on personnel is be about $177,000. We could do that while maintaining a flat benefit budget by modulating how we offer benefits on a plan offering basis and based on how the market responds. And Angela just mentioned, there's going to be growth. If we needed to, we could also adjust the family coverage from 100% coverage down to 90% if needed to more closely align with the market, which provides 80%. And that would get us, in the math that I've done, movement for people on a merit basis to their current compensation ratio, but also leave some room for performance adjustment next year. And I've tried to not go down the rabbit hole here and provide you a massive table with a whole bunch of numbers and trade-off options and giving you concept and cost to implement. Pending discussion, more analysis, looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers as they change through mid-year. And any feedback that we get from the board tonight, we could bring back a deeper dive at the next operations committee meeting and do side by side and chop the numbers up however you want. But this is consistent with what we discussed at the committee meeting. There seemed to be some positive feedback and consensus at that point in time, but this is really what we're looking for feedback on is the methods, are they clear? Are the findings clear? How we've tied ourselves to market? And then any feedback on how you want information presented around cost to implement so that you can make a decision. We'd look at that in committee, and then you can make final decision in July, so we don't have to have a lot of pressure around that tonight. It's really just information, briefing to you and information collection back.
Question. I asked in committee about a number and said, was it related to current staff or filling all the positions? This 48 is current staff.
Yes.
177.
Because we're not gonna pay folks that aren't here.
Exactly.
So folks that are in seats right now, 2.9% on those positions.
But the 177?
Would be, that includes assumptions about vacancies, which we make every year in the personnel budget. And it's assuming that we bring people in somewhere between like 94 and 100% of midpoint, which is a general assumption that we make.
Okay.
We do that because we don't know what the market's going to deliver. Are we going to get somebody with 6 years experience that's coming in, hot, guns blazing, and negotiating hard, or are we bringing somebody in lower? Generally, our practice and how we communicate through hiring is we want to bring people in closer to 94, and we want a good first year and commitment to move after that. But obviously, there's a negotiation around recruitment and hiring. So how we budgeted for it is how I just described.
Thank you.
You're comfortable with this recommendation, I assume? Yes or no?
Overall, we
Sorry.
provide these different recommendations and options, but really it's all still through the lens of, is it fiscally responsible for your organization and fiscally sustainable? So from a recommendation standpoint, yes, I'm comfortable, but obviously through that lens of, is it fiscally responsible and fiscally
But it
sustainable
helps
for the organization?
keeps us in our brackets where we want to be.
Yeah, and honestly, the district has done a really great job, maintaining that comp ratio. wish all of our organizations were as thorough. So I think, that sort of dedication to that comp ratio, is certainly, I think, a great way to kind of proceed.
Okay.
Great.
So it's July 1 then, 2.9%?
Well, it'll
July
be
1,
after the board
2023?
approves Manager Loftus, so we
But
come
that's
in.
your recommendation?
Yeah, we chop it up in committee at July 13th, and then I think the plan would be, unless there's so much comfort tonight that we do them concurrently, my plan was to stage things, so we come back in July committee, if there's any feedback, change the numbers however you want, and then end of July, you get the final report, bound report, you'd act on the report, and you'd act on a formal recommendation for cost to implement with the numbers in it.
And I see 5.4% for 2024, but remind me of the beginning, January 1, 2023%. So I know what the total 2023% was.
I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
We made an adjustment at the beginning of the year in January with our 2023 budget, but I don't recall what the percent was.
Well, what
Because
did
this
we budget for?
2.9% would be an addition,
Yeah, what did we
right?
budget for in 2023?
Yeah.
I wrote, my page is filled with
Sorry,
numbers
okay.
with that name next to it. Jessica might ask this. I think we were 5.5.
Okay,
And I want to say we did 3.2 on cost of living, and then 2.3 on that for performance.
For merit increase.
And so it was a total 5.5, but I always break it down that way for you using the BLS number for cost of living. So I want to say
it
5.5.
seems smaller.
What's that?
Said so it seems smaller.
What?
I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
Yeah, right.
So for 2023
It's all
then,
about communications.
we'd be in the 7-8% range. And then for 2024, we'd be in the 5.4%. So we are taking on the majority of the adjustments sooner, which is good if we can afford it with our vacancies.
Yeah, and that's not, we hope that that's not the pattern,
Case
but
in
that is
2024,
that is
yeah.
the position that we're in. So yeah, those numbers are on budget, and so what our actual costs are substantially lower than that. We're running like 50% where we want to be.
Yeah. It is good to have just a sense though of,
Yeah, and that's the
20.
whole reason is tonight what questions you have, so we can make
Okay.
sure I don't want to overwhelm and go so deep. So if there's specific numbers that you want back in committee, we can bring those.
that's it.
Manager Demati?
Yeah, maybe you answered this question, James, and I didn't understand it, but
Mm-hmm.
we've got several vacancies that we're trying to fill. In order to fill those vacancies, like for example, the operations person who's going to come in with you, you notice that the kind of people we were drawing were not the kind of people we really needed, and so we are shifting. What I heard you say was something like we need to have different expectations of the people that is tell them what they're expected to do when they come in, and so we may have to change the amount that, what salary range is, because it's maybe a slightly different position that we're actually offering. And I'm wondering how, two things. One is how those new positions that are coming in that have not been filled, which we may need to adjust, will affect this. And the second is, how will that affect the budget? When
Yeah,
we're talking about these
I think
things-
I'm tracking, but go ahead.
Yeah, when we're talking about all of this, when we're saying it'll be within budget, I think that's based on what's already here, or the positions we are, they're not filled, but we're saying that they are, we're using those, I'm presuming.
Well, a couple. I'm going to come at this from a couple different angles, and Laura whispered at me that she has some answers too. But this doesn't have anything. What is in front of the board now has nothing to do with making, kind of herky-jerky or custom-tailored adjustments to try and make one position more attractive in today's hiring climate. So that's point number one. We're not making adjustments in our pay plan so that I can hire an operations manager. That's not. What we've done is we've gone out to market and on a systematic basis and looked for across 8 different public organizations in this private sector data. We've looked for jobs that have 75% overlap with an operations manager, an administrator, a policy planner. And then you've got the data and done the regression. It's like, here's what the market, here's your new pay plan. Now, when we go to market, that's the, in 2024, that will be the pay plan that we're advertising. So I think that was maybe the root of your question, but I'm going to pause before Laura answers it to see if I actually captured what you're getting at.
I think so.
Okay. So this doesn't have anything to do with, we're not making custom tailored adjustments based on what we've experienced. Hopefully it's one component of, continuing to keep us competitive. But I think what we've experienced in operations and other positions is just a symptom of the labor market. It's not unique to us. And hopefully that changes. And right now, you'll hear in the administrator's report, we have 2 positions posted right now. So we've kind of cooled things on the operations manager. I think we're thinking about adjusting the title. It won't affect the pay plan or anything. It's just in a name. As Laura mentioned, we're not looking for name match in the market. It's
Okay.
job overlap.
So that range is right.
And so we're posting our project planner, and we have a permitting assistant position that's vacant that we're trying to fill. So we'll see, how the market responds to those 2, and then we'll come back to the operations one shortly, and we'll get another crack at it.
Okay.
So you want to know if the board is comfortable with what has come so far?
That's right. Great discussion and questions so far that tell me you're tracking and you're asking the inquisitive questions about how it all came together and why it makes sense. Any other feedback or just general comfort level? Otherwise, the next steps, I would just keep the next steps, is we'll come back in committee and we'll factor it into the budget. It doesn't sound like we need to dig deeper at that point in time, but you'll get another chance to digest, and then that will give us some breathing room to send the final report, pull a recommendation together for end of July.
I'm very happy with what I'm hearing. I'm really pleased that the compensation stayed so close to the guidelines. That's very nice. And that the numbers look close to market. I like to take advantage of the fact that our demographics allow us to have lower health costs than maybe some others do. So I'm very pleased with both the mid-year and the what it shapes up to be for next year's budget.
Great feedback. Any other questions?
Well, if we do all this stuff in July, talked about it, and then we pass it at the end, say the last meeting in July, so it goes at 2.5. Can we do that retroactive to July 1st?
That's not how I've run the numbers, and that's not my recommendation, but
Okay.
you could do that.
Otherwise it'd be August 1st, right?
Yeah, it'll be the next payroll cycle after you act, so I'd have to look at that, but yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't fall exactly on the first.
Yeah, no, I know it would fall on the 1st. I was just wondering if we
So
could,
there's nothing retroactive.
yeah, that's all. So, yeah,
It's just an adjustment.
just an adjustment at that
Data's
time.
in, make the adjustment moving forward, adjust the pay plan for next year.
Yeah, for those 5.5.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I support that because you don't want to set a precedent where you have to come up with retroactive
Yeah, no, I
money
was-
every time you get new data
Yeah,
because it's hard
just
to.
wondering where we probably was gonna circle out.
Good clarification.
Yeah, and great clarifying question, and part of the conversation is how do we repeat this? This is our first time through. And there was a conversation when we went out to do this, I think at the board level around, well, like, what kind of mid-year adjustment are we expecting? And that's sort of tried to take a balanced approach, because you're not necessarily budgeting for that 2.9%. We're in a unique position where we have the capacity in this year's budget to do it without amendment.
No, this is a discussion item. Yeah, just a discussion item. Manager Miller?
I feel really comfortable with the presentation, both the quality of the consultant and James's hard work on this. I know it's no fun digging into all this stuff.
It's very fun.
We'll commiserate.
There's a difference of opinion here.
But
I thought it was
I
fun.
think the product is really good.
Yeah.
I
Thank
agree.
you both for your work.
Thanks so much.
Good.
Well done.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherman, we'll welcome you back.
Maybe
I saw it come up for it.
You get all rested up and ready for another.
Absolutely.
We just want to give
Thanks
you
for
the
your
money.
patience.
That's all.
Yeah,
Sick of paying consultants. I already paid. Didn't we pay them for 100% plan?
I
Sorry.
like listening.
See how quickly.
Maybe a little better that we
see how
didn't
quickly
stick
we
with
approved.
two-pronged plans through that process.
All right, now we're all done.
Yeah.
Teasing, Mr. Sherman.
All right.
Signed.
President White, Board of Managers, recognizing that it is getting a bit late and there is a presentation after me, I'm going to present everything I plan to, but I am going to kind of expedite the project overview and some of the information that I presented when I brought the feasibility scope work contract to you, and really focus a little bit more in the meat of the discussion around the findings and recommendations and budget. That said, if there are any questions, as I breeze through, we're happy to go back and, talk about anything that I may have gone over pretty quickly. So again, just to orient you where we're talking about, with the Cedar Regional Trail Connection and Stream Bank restoration project, we're right in sort of the hinge point of the Minnehaha Creek Greenway. This is sort of the last gap between the projects that have already been built. So on either the upstream or downstream side, there are future projects that we've talked about, like Meadowbrook, that we would still consider, but this is the final gap between the preserve and 325 Blake. Highlighted here, sort of the segment of the creek that we're talking about, and we'd be looking to run a trail somewhere along that, not exactly in following the creek curvature. And while we're doing that, we also want to look at the opportunities we have for stream bank restoration and sort of ecological enhancements, but recognizing that this is a really tight corridor. You can see the ribbon of green snaking through there. There's no real room for remeanders or things like that. So the project will be more focused on stream bank, maybe in-stream enhancements, and then the trail itself.
I was out there today. What is that huge outfall? It's a metal one coming out of the parking lot of.
Yep, there's I believe that's a 48-inch pipe, and as part of design, actually, we'll have to look to see exactly what that pipe is still capturing and conveying, and the trail will, we'll have to make some adjustments to that pipe. So,
Manager Miller, it's a remnant pipe from the water we diverted as part of the Caldwell diversion.
So
that water that went through that pipe now is going through the Caldwell.
Okay, great. So it could come out.
It'll get diminished in size.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's a good question, and that you'll sort of see. That's not the only sort of remnant.
That's not it.
No, that's a different a different one. There's several in there. So back in 2015 and 2016, there was an initial high-level feasibility study that was conducted that looked at two potential trail alignments. But in the intervening 6 or 7 years, a lot of construction has actually occurred in the light rail corridor. You probably also maybe noticed on your site visit some placement of large boulder-sized riprap.
They're bigger than I am.
Yep, some huge riprap. And so the actual conditions on the ground have changed since 2015 and 2016, and we're about to embark on more partnership conversations and building up to an RFP for design. And so we really needed some refreshed and more detailed data before we do that. Back in August, the board approved doing this feasibility work to kind of look at current conditions. And just a quick reminder, this included topographic survey rather than relying on sort of the LiDAR and publicly available information, a tree survey and a site walkthrough to really get a detailed look at all of these outfalls and kind of intricacies of the corridor.
And then Stantec and Interfluve were the two consultants who worked on that, provided updated feasibility drawings, as well as looked at some of those additional enhancement opportunities in the stream and at the banks. We also did a high-level permitting analysis to understand what permits we might trigger and got some cost estimates. As project background, I'm happy again to answer any questions on that, but I kind of want to get into the findings. So, and I'm sorry that the formatting here got a little off, but we looked at two alignments, one at 12-mile-an-hour alignment and one at 16-mile-an-hour. We refer to the alignments by miles per hour. Basically, that's the maximum speed limit based on the turning radii of each of these. And that's set by the Minnesota DOT. They have the Bicycle Facility Design Guide. That said, both of them are built to 10 feet wide and have 10-foot vertical clearance based on discussions with St. Louis Park so that they could accommodate winter maintenance vehicles. And so there's some similarities, but they do have different safe operating maximum speeds. The chart here, I tried to arrange sort of comparing pros and cons of each of the alignments. So the 12-mile-an-hour alignment obviously has a lower speed limit. I put that as a con just because it means it has a lesser safe operating speed. It is also a bit more sinuous and longer, which is not ideal for cyclists and walkers, but this is a really short distance overall that we're talking about, so it's nothing major. Again, a little less scenic because we're kind of pulling that 12-mile-an-hour one towards the road, but it's for short distances. The biggest consideration that we were trying to achieve with the 16-mile-an-hour alignment was a wider turning radius right under the bridge, and again, that's just it's more ideal for winter maintenance and also just a little bit easier for trail users. On the other side of things, the 16-mile-an-hour alignment had significantly more tree removals, significantly more floodplain fill, requires more bank stabilization, and has significantly more private property impacts. So those were sort of the criteria that we were weighing as we looked at these two possibilities. So, as I said, both of them had floodplain fill impacts. We did some additional modeling to really drill down on exactly what those impacts were to understand are both of these alignments actually feasible. And what we found is and it's not a big surprise, the 16-mile-an-hour alignment here in red, since it swings out more into the floodplain, you'd either be looking at grading out private residences in their backyards across the bank, or you would need some sort of hard infrastructure to get over the creek. So that would either be a bridge or concrete plank boardwalk. Just in the interest of time, I'm not going to go deep into the specific numbers, but here you can sort of see the two things that we look at are floodplain fill and then seeing how much rise we're causing in the flood elevation. And ultimately, any sort of fill has to be, we need to look at compensatory storage, one for one, and any sort of rise that we cause needs to be brought down somehow back to zero to show that we're not causing any flood impacts along the route of our project. I will say, initially when we had, and actually in the packet memo, you'll see that there was an initial recommendation for the 16-mile-an-hour alignment, just because there was some, if all else is equal, it's a slightly better user experience, and it's just easier for those maintenance vehicles, which, and trying to be really thoughtful partners to St. Louis Park, that seemed like something we wanted to pursue. However, just based on the either the impacts of private property or the significant expense, which I'll detail out, of adding in some sort of bridge or boardwalk, we're actually now leaning more towards a staff recommendation of a 12-mile-hour in alignment. The memo did note that the 16-mile-hour recommendation was pending additional modeling to see what the actual impacts were. So we were kind of staying open to the possibility. This graphic right here is just showing you, for the 12-mile alignment, how we can meet both our no-rise requirement and our compensatory fill in those green and blue smudges. That white polygon that they fall in is owned by St. Louis Park. So that's all within public right-of-way, which is just another big benefit. The other thing that the feasibility study looked at was, in addition to just the bare minimum to construct the trail, is there the option of doing something greater with bank restoration? And so the areas in yellow here are bank restoration segments that need to occur to make sure that whatever trail we build doesn't immediately get eroded out. The area in red is an optional segment of bank restoration. It's not needed for the trail construction, but there are cost efficiencies by going in and doing this work at the same time that we're mobilized for the rest of it. And I'll detail that out in the budget slide in just a moment. This slide is a bit crowded, and I actually included it for that reason, just to show the board kind of everything that's going on in this little segment of the creek. The little inset picture here is actually a raised utility crossing that's a water main, clearly built a long time ago before there was current regulatory standards. That's going to be a little tricky to, one way or another, we're going to have to get over that. And that's something that we'll look at in more detail in design, but it's possible to do. Interfluve did, they noted that it's undersized, so basically it's constricting the stream more than we would allow that now. So, that's a potential future project that they identified. It's not part of the scope of work here to do anything but get over it, but it does kind of create a restriction in the stream and some impacts there. To Manager Miller's point, if you see here these sort of brighter blue dots, these are existing stormwater outfalls. One of them is where you saw Mike standing, and then the other is where Manager Miller was standing earlier today. Through design, we would look at the ability to consolidate or potentially remove some of these outfalls here, as well as just downstream of the bridge. I showed just 2 alignments. There's actually we have more room there than we do right under the bridge or on the other side. So we will kind of look at, is there a hybrid option, a 14-mile-an-hour alignment that kind of strikes the right balance and minimizes some floodplain impacts. So there's a little bit more play south of the bridge with our trail alignment.
That outfall right north of the bridge, isn't there a big pond behind that?
There is like some backwater area, I believe.
Well, it looks like it was created behind the self-storage facility on Louisiana.
I would have to look into that.
I was just wondering if maybe that could be eliminated with, I don't know how big it is, I have no idea.
Manager Miller, a lot of those outfalls, I don't believe there are storage, because I think we looked at those as part of when we came to the Lake Street sewer extension. We looked at the stormwater in that area, but, because I remember we looked at putting potential stormwater improvements down in that area, because they just didn't receive a lot of treatment there, but we didn't double check that.
Okay, thank you.
So in addition to sort of the the technical side of the feasibility study, we continue to talk with all of our partners and potential partners during this period. Sort of our main municipal partner and our partner we have the most communication with is St. Louis Park. We really look to understand their design criteria. They've offered to own and operate this facility if we build it to a standard that works for them. A lot of that, again, is around snow and ice removal in the winter. St. Louis Park has also identified funding through their Connect the Park initiative, specifically for this project. They've parked that funding way out in the 2020s, but as we get more certain on a design and kind of bring that forward, they've had conversations with their council about potentially bringing that funding up to whatever year, 2024, 2025 works for construction. So both staff and council is quite supportive, but even really excited about this connection, and they want to see it move forward on a timely manner. We've been working with Three Rivers Park District on the physical connection up into their trail, as well as whatever agreements we might need to make that connection. We're actually meeting with them and HICRA in a week or so, and we're maybe looking at 6 Mile Marsh Prairies, that trail connection to the Dakota Regional as a model for how we might get an agreement or permit for our trail connection here. Oops, sorry. Met Council and HICRA, we're bringing our trail through their right of way, and so we'll just need to be coordinating with them. They're both largely through our work with on 325, where we've been talking about trail connections. They're well aware that this project is moving forward, and we've sort of been priming the pump on getting agreements with them as well. I mentioned private landowners. The main one that we know we have to work with is just downstream of the bridge. It's the Arneson property. They own Professional Instruments Company. We previously had an agreement with them to do some exploratory work around there. We'd be looking for a new agreement, more based around construction. At a minimum, the trail is going to have to clip part of their property. It's just the way the parcel boundaries were drawn towards the creek. There is the potential, if they're interested, to work with them on a redesign of their parking lot. That would allow us to shift the trail a little bit further away from the creek, giving the creek some breathing room, potentially adding in a bit more floodplain. Again, those will be conversations that we have first with the Arnesons, and if that seems feasible to them, we bring that back to the board to discuss kind of expanding the scope a little bit of our design. We've been in touch with the 2 private residences just upstream of the bridge. They're both aware that a project here is happening. With the 12-mile-an-hour alignment, seems unlikely that we'll have to encroach on their properties. There might be some bank stabilization work that we would consider, but we're pretty confident that we can do that without their direct, without any sort of a formal agreement. We'll of course be in touch with them as we move ahead. And then finally, granting agencies. St. Louis Park has kind of indicated that, they agree with us that this is a project that hits on a lot of different things. Everyone's into connections. It's bringing, people, current residences, and there's a lot of future development planned for that area, building connections up into Hopkins. And they've wanted us to pursue some grant opportunities as they come along. Currently, we're awaiting a decision in July on a Community Works grant through Hennepin County. We've applied specifically for this trail connection as well as some trail work at 325. They've awarded their TOD grants as part of this already, but notified us that sometime in July is when the county commissioners will be considering this award. So, of course, we'll update the board on that. Getting into the budget, so I've kind of matched up the 2 alignments. I've included the base bid, which is the trail work and necessary bank stabilization, as well as what we're calling alternate 1. That's the additional bank stabilization work. It's about $100,000 for that. our recommendation would be that it makes sense to do this at the same time, and we've actually, in the current budget, we've rolled that in already, so the dollars are there for that. You're looking at about $100,000 difference between those two alignments, with the 12-mile-hour being the cheaper, about closer to $150,000. After the the bottom number that you'll see on the right, the 1.4 to 1.5 million, that's the cost of the 16-mile-hour in alignment with either a bridge or concrete boardwalk to avoid some of those floodplain impacts. We got that number after the board packet went out, as we just dug in a little bit more to understand, is that alignment, really feasible? And if it is, what are the dollar costs associated with that? So we just wanted to, even though we're not recommending that approach, wanted to show the board that, the additional cost on that with infrastructure is about $5.5 or $6,500,000.
What does it look like?
The
bridge or
bridge. Well, we haven't designed, but essentially
would
it's.
Would it be an attraction or just a function?
It would really be fairly functional to just kind of get the trail out of the floodplain. It's not something like we've talked about at 325 where it's.
Okay.
And also, St. Louis Park has indicated that they're not interested in having that if possible, because it's a small segment that they'd have to maintain.
Such a tight little.
Exactly.
Excuse me, what's the total length of the project?
We're looking at around like 1,000 or so feet, I believe.
Relatively short.
Yeah, and again, so when I showed that chart on user comfort and stuff, we're talking about short distances here.
2/10 of a mile.
Yeah, it's really a connection more than a standalone trail, the way that we've kind of been talking about.
Does it include the trail along the road behind Chaps Olson? Or? Okay.
Yep. Yep. So this, like I said, this will be the final, final connection in the greenway that we.
Well, that's more than 1,000 feet then, all the way to all the way to our property.
And it's about 11.
Oh, okay.
It's well, because and remember, it's not all the way to our property. We're making the hook in to the Cedar Regional a good length before we get to 325.
Yeah. Okay.
So like I said, we had actually, initially been leaning more towards the 16 mile an hour, but after we saw the costs and kind of difficulties associated with that, we're now recommending the 12-mile-hour in alignment. And St. Louis Park is, they'll be having additional conversations with Public Works, but like I said, they're very excited about this project. They are confident. It seems like that they'll figure out a way to maintain even on the 12-mile-hour one with the tighter radii. We're still building it to the 10-foot specifications that they asked for. And they do have snow removal equipment that they run on kind of tighter sections throughout the city. Looking downstream again, where we have the two options, through design, we would probably look at, what is actually the optimal alignment there. Again, we put two here just for the sake of comparison, but there is some wiggle room, especially if we're able to work with the Arnesons to kind of shift up into their parking lot a bit, if that's something that everyone's interested in. We do think it makes sense to roll in the additional bank restoration work now rather than mobilizing twice, if that's work that we'd be interested at doing some point. And then really through the design process, handing off, since we do have now a pretty robust feasibility study, making sure that whoever the selected design team is, explore some of those additional opportunities we talked about, like consolidation of some of the outfalls and things like that. I did just want to note this, again, there's no board action tonight. This is just for discussion and direction.
I have a question.
Sure.
Can you flip back to the photograph?
Yep.
Um, The Arneson property is that one down at the bottom there?
Yep, exactly.
What's the height differential between their parking lot and the proposed trail? This is so flat that I'm having difficulty visualizing it.
Yeah, so there's actually, and I don't know if you have exact numbers, but they have a retaining wall at the back of their parking lot. So there's a surprisingly steep bank straight down from the parking lot to the creek. I believe it's several feet tall. It's not a towering retaining wall, but several layers of concrete block.
Mr. Meehan, do you have a number?
Manager Agmani, it's about 2 feet after you get out the retaining wall where that parking lot is, and then that would be where the trail level is, and then down to the creek would be probably another 4 to 5 feet.
Down to the creek is how much?
4 to 5 feet.
4 to 5 feet, okay.
And so what we do is ensure that there's slope and safety components associated with the trail to make sure you get on the street.
Having that wall there, is that going to present any safety issues, for people running, that isn't going to be? Okay, or for operating the cleaning equipment and that kind of thing, that's not going to present any problem? Okay, good.
Yeah, they were able to maintain that 10-foot.
Okay, so they'll have no trouble.
Did you say the wall was brick? It's not like railroad ties. There was one on behind my house over here, the railroad tie, they switched to brick because the railroad tie would just cave in. If we start digging around there, would that hurt the integrity of the wall if we were to get charged with a new wall?
I believe that this one is cinder block.
Chris?
Mr. Meehan?
Manager Maxwell, it's retaining blocks that are put together there, so we would work with their existing foundation to make sure that the trail was interfere with the current wall.
Good. So, just, a couple of next steps in a rough schedule. Like I said, we're gonna hear back one way or the other next month about the community works grant. We're planning to use this summer to, once we hear a little bit from the board tonight, to continue conversations with St. Louis Park and the private property owners, with the goal of having those lead to something more formal in the form of a partnership agreement this fall. And that would allow us to use this winter to order the project and get out a design RFP. And we think there's a lot going on here, but once we kind of have some answers from these private property owners about what they're interested in, it's a relatively straightforward design because there's only so much space to deal with here. So we think that it could be a fairly compressed design process. I put here fall 2024 as a potential construction start. That could shift around based on any number of things. What we hear from St. Louis Park on when they think their funding is available, if that's something that the board cares to weigh in our decision when we start. But we'll continue to update the schedule. This is kind of where we're at now for something reasonable. Again, recognizing that we have another board item coming. I don't want to belabor anything, but I did just want to entertain any questions that the board has, and I guess generally just get a gut check that it seems like everyone's on board with this being the direction that we pursue. I think a key thing that I would want to know is, once we have these conversations with our partners, is the board comfortable kind of moving towards design, or are there additional kind of engineering type questions or other that the board would care to address now before we're moving towards design? So that's my presentation.
Everybody has questions. Manager Miller?
The triangle piece, it looks like most of the non-paved portion of the lower corner is owned by St. Louis Park.
Yep.
So what do you have to get from the Arnesons or whatever they?
Yeah, sure. And I'm trying to remember if I think I have one image here that shows parcel.
So, right here, we sort of clip,
Okay,
just like I was saying, just the weird angle that the property line goes to, we kind of clip it.
okay. It's not the pay, it's not in the paved part at all then?
No,
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have to give up anything.
Manager Olson?
I'm comfortable with the 12-mile-an-hour alignment. I'm reminded of the forest in California where you have a 2-lane road going through a redwood tree, and everybody, it's exciting because you get to stop one car at a time going through the tree, and then you back up to a 2-lane road. So the idea that we have to keep 16 miles an hour for high-speed bikes to come through there is not, this is a tight, really articulated area, and I think the 12-mile is just part of the excitement.
Love to hear that.
And it's part of the scene,
Yeah.
That's what nature
That's
is
how
giving
we
us.
handled that
live with
tight
what
little
nature gives us.
bridge.
At future discussion, I want to have it tonight, but I would be interested in hearing what Interflume thinks might be extra projects. And it might be moot because the 12 mile per hour might come through, but I was curious about the value of the trees that aren't box elder and buckthorn, white mulberry, green ash, bur oak, and black cherry, whether that makes a difference. And just my unscientific opinion is that people taking that little section aren't going to be going as fast as those lycra-clad people going down the trail. That's all I have. Anything else for Mr.
Wait a minute,
Sherman?
quick one. So you said St. Louis Park was gonna do the maintenance, are they gonna do it, or are they gonna turn over to Three Rivers? I would think they're gonna turn over to Three Rivers, because that's
Well,
probably.
No, this, the segment that we're talking about would be, is St. Louis Park itself. Because they kind of maintain the sidewalks and trails,
So
that like lead right into this. And so, once we actually make the connection into the Cedar Regional, then that is
Three Rivers is a lot of
but-
that trail. Okay.
It's usually like an easement there.
Manager Maxwell, to your point, well, the trail we constructed at the preserve comes all the way up to Meadowbrook Road. So this is really just an extension of that, and they plow it from the MSC, which is just, right over here off the map. One thing I just want to note, I know Gabe mentioned it, but this corner, there's really an opportunity here to talk with the Arnesons about doing something different with their parking lot. This is a once in a 50-year opportunity if we're going to bring the trail through, and we know we have a good partnership with them. So it's not configured right anyway. They have all sorts of open space there. Their trucking comes behind the building, not through here. So we know that we can have a conversation about getting creative to potentially even alleviate this retaining wall and the issue that we have here. So we do want to broach that with them before we move into a design, or we make that as part of design. And so the only other thing I'd note is the city actually flagged, and we agree, this area in here is really interesting. And the creek channel here actually is what we use for a lot of our photos because it's naturalized creek actually all through, for the most part, through this little stretch here. So there is a thought that there might be a lot of users actually trying to stop there and get down into the creek. It's one of the only areas, with the exception of the preserve. And if you don't know you're going to the preserve, the banks are pretty high throughout here and around 325. So we're going to give that some thought too through design on what it might mean to sign it appropriately, that there is this big curve, slow people down, and then give them a reason to slow down.
Canyon curve.
So they don't actually run into conflict anyway. So, I think there are some creative. And lastly, Manager Maxwell, we did hear from the city as well. The cities along the Cedar Lake Regional do plow the Cedar Lake Regional for Three Rivers.
Right.
And in this instance, St. Louis Park actually enters the trail at Blake Road, and they plow from Blake Road east into St. Louis Park. So
Three Rivers just doesn't do any winter maintenance.
Yes, yes, we talk, every year in the city we did.
Yep.
But summer, all the other months of the year, Three Rivers handles it.
And so we do know that St. Louis Park will be coming down the trail from Blake Road anyway. But if they can't use, if it's not a 16 mile an hour, they'll likely use a different vehicle.
Three Rivers
Trail.
trail?
Thank you for the report, Mr. Sherman. I'll look forward to the next iterations.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it. Item 12.3, update of the implementation of the closeout. Mr. Beck was sweet, and my gosh, it's 10:30. Sorry, guys.
I was guessing more around 9.
We don't usually do this.
Yeah, you walked over, yeah.
We should probably start at the beginning. All right, well, President White, Board of Managers, we're excited to be in front of you tonight to talk about CARP. Our purpose tonight is, we haven't been in front of you in a while, but we want to give you an update on what we've done the last 5 years with our CARP management program in 6 Mile, and start to share some of our results that we're seeing as the grant is closing out. So I'm going to go over a little bit of the background and the overview of our implementation over the last 5 years. And I'll pass it over to Brian to talk about how our lakes have responded to CARP management, a discussion of the lessons learned, some of the next steps, including our operation and maintenance plan to take care of this project going forward, some additional effectiveness assessment that we want to do, and our outreach plan. So we began in 2013 with results from the 6 Mile diagnostic assessment that showed that numerous lakes in the subwatershed were impaired for nutrients, as well as many of them having poor habitat and poor vegetative conditions. These findings noted that carp were one of the potential drivers of those conditions. So how do carp impact a lake? Carp are bottom feeders, so they're rooting around in the lake bottom, storing up sediments, and that can affect vegetation on a lake in 2 ways. The rooting around in the bottom can directly uproot plants, and that, of course, means fewer plants. Also, while they're rooting around, they're stirring up those sediments. Next. Stirring up sediments, which releases phosphorus into the water column, which then decreases water clarity, which in turn means fewer plants. The less light that is in the lake, the fewer plants that are able to grow. Of course, there are also other things that impact water clarity, and we'll be talking about that a little bit more in the results section. Also in 2009, there was research from the U of M in shallow lakes that showed as carp biomass goes up in a lake, the vegetative cover goes down, with the most significant impacts to vegetation occurring right around this 100 kilogram per hectare number, which is where the threshold came from. So moving forward with the idea that the carp could be causing some of the issues in 6 Mile, we undertook a 3-year study with the University of Minnesota to better determine what the carp populations were in each of these lakes in 6 Mile, where carp could move in the system, and where they were able to reproduce. So this map is showing what the carp researchers found in 2016 for the carp biomass levels, with the yellow, orange, and red colors on the map showing the lakes that had carp biomass above that threshold, which at that time was 10 of the 14 lakes in 6 Mile. They also determined at that point that carp can move freely through much of the subwatershed, and most critically that they can easily move up from Lake Minnetonka into 6 Mile Creek. At that point, they also identified the areas where carp were able to reproduce, which was going to be important for our management. So from their research, a carp management plan was created, hinging on 3 main strategies: block that migration, prevent carp from being able to recruit or reproduce successfully, and remove the adult carp. So we did know that there was going to be some challenges going forward with this, just based on the size of the subwatershed and how interconnected it was. So in 2017, we applied for and received Lessard SAM grant funding for a little over $500,000 to tackle the largest and most robust carp management effort in Minnesota. So now I'll walk us through what we've accomplished in each of these strategies over the past 5 years. So first, we needed to tackle the carp movement pathways that the U of M identified. This was done through building barriers. So we built barriers to split 6 Mile Creek into management units to make it a bit easier to tackle the removal efforts. We did that through a barrier at the outlet of Wasserman Lake, another at the outlet of West Outerin Lake. Another critical barrier was blocking Helsted Bay, Lake Minnetonka, from 6 Mile Creek. So we have this is our largest barrier at Highland Road. All of these barriers have been very effective. This one especially, I see carp stacked up here every spring trying to get up into 6 Mile Creek. We also built a 4th barrier between Crown College and Parley Lake. This prevents the fish on Parley from getting up into this pond on Crown College, where they is a known lake where they can successfully reproduce.
Quite a bridge they built there.
That's actually a picture during construction, so that was just kind of a temporary placement while they were building that. Since it's been constructed, all the vegetation has grown up along the shoreline, so it makes it a bit harder to get a good picture. So another tactic that we have used to limit the ability of carp to reproduce is aeration. The strategy behind that is that aerating prevents the winter kill of panfish in these shallow lakes. Panfish, like bluegill, eat carp eggs. So the more bluegill we can keep alive, the better we have control on the carp. The carp nursery lakes, like I said, were identified by the U of M, and we ran electric to 3 of the highest risk lakes, North and South Lunston and Mud Lake, and we've been operating the aerators on those lakes for the past 5 years. The Lunston lakes we operated in partnership with Three Rivers. And then finally, the third strategy, remove adult carp to lower the biomass in each lake. This was done through a variety of tactics. Commercial fish seining, baited box setting, and stream trapping were the main tactics we used. And of course, there were many hurdles along the way to do all of this. It's important to remember that this is just fishing, so there's never any guarantee of success with any of these tactics. All said and done, we made about 50 removal efforts across 8 of the water bodies in 6 Mile. And this graph here is showing where we started for the total number of individual carp in the entire subwatershed. Each color is a different lake. And we go to the next thing. And we removed around 30,000 carp, which is quite a huge number and has gotten us really lowered that graph. But it is important to look at that on a lake-by-lake basis in comparison to our biomass levels. So this is, again, where we started with 10 of the 14 lakes above the 100 kilogram per hectare threshold to where we are now. You can see we've made a good deal of progress. The majority of the lakes are either at that threshold, just above, or there are Parley and Mud are a little bit higher, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But, definitely have made a huge effort in getting these lakes moved down the biomass threshold levels.
Why did Pearson go from blue to?
Yeah, so Pearson's, we were very lucky that when we started this program, the Pearson's Lake Association had done a lot of carp removals on their own. And unfortunately, it did recruit, it did spawn at some point in the past 5 years. So it's gone up slightly. It's really just above the threshold, so it's not in too bad a shape, but that is one lake that we now are going to target, and we did target this spring for doing some additional removals, now that we've seen that come up a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good.
What do you want us to take from the gray non-applicable?
Yeah, the gray are on there. So this data is from 2022.
Okay.
We've had a little bit of trouble with the drought level getting into some of these lakes.
I see.
None of those lakes have public boat launches. So accessing those, especially in low water conditions, has been especially difficult. So we don't have data for those.
Okay.
The depression in the land right now.
With that, I'll pass it over to Brian.
Sure. Yeah, so I think Jill had talked just like at a high level, hypothetically, how carp impact water quality and also vegetation. But I think what we really want to do here is, Jill said, okay, we removed a lot of carp, which got us really close to the targets or below our targets in most of the lakes. But I think we want to go beyond that because the goal of this project was this Funnel Creek Halstead Bay Habitat Restoration Project, and that habitat is the vegetation. And so we really wanted to understand through carp biomass removals, not just how many carp we remove, but really we also wanted to understand what the vegetation response is. So to do that, we obviously measured the carp reduction. That's one of the drivers of potentially that impact the plants. But the other thing that we're measuring is the water clarity, which is, as Jill mentioned, the other thing that could be limiting what the vegetation response could be. And with that being said, we know that there are other sources of potential poor clarity.
such as watershed runoff or internal loading. So that's something that adds a confounding factor to these results. But our goal really is to see, did carp impact the vegetation response? And what we're looking at is, did the coverage of plants increase, and did the diversity of those plants increase to help improve habitat for waterfowl and fish in this area? So this is the first figure. I'm going to orient you to it to help you out a little bit. Is first, the horizontal axis is the carp axis. So on the left is really low carp. As you go higher, it's higher carp. And so we want to be on the left side instead of the right side, right? And that 100 kilogram per hectare target is kind of further over there on the left. The vertical axis is better plants. So we want to ideally be on the left and at the top. Is really the goal, to get really good habitat and vegetation for those waterfowl and fish. And so I think the first thing that when we put this together, we saw, okay, if you have a really high carp biomass, you generally don't have good vegetation, which is what the researchers had seen. And so we saw the same thing. And so these are all of the lakes that had really, really poor vegetation, which included our shallow lakes, including Harley Lake, Mud Lake, Wasserman, three big ones. And so those are the lakes there. And so I think what I wanted to do is just give a case study of Wasserman Lake, because that's the lake where we hit those, that our carp goals the soonest, so we've had the longest period of response. And so in 2017, between 2017 and 2018, what we saw was a large reduction in carp biomass from 500 to that goal of 100 kilograms per hectare. And that's kind of very similar to the graph that Jill showed. It's just the one single lake, Wasserman. What we saw was in the spring, vegetation increased dramatically over the years. So this spring vegetation went from about 30% of the area where we would expect to see vegetation up to 90% of that area was revegetated. So that's really great news. That's what we're trying to go for, to increase habitat. Interestingly, we also do summer vegetation surveys, which I'll talk more about in a moment, but we didn't see the response in vegetation in the summer, which is a little bit interesting and kind of a head scratcher, right? Why would one season increase and another one not see that same increase? And so, yeah, we saw the spring increase, we didn't see the summer. And so the first thing I was curious about and that we looked into was there a change in water clarity from before we were hitting that carp goal to after we were hitting the carp goal? Did clarity change at all? And the answer was no, it didn't. So that was a bit of a bummer for us, as we were really hoping to see that big change in water clarity. And so that really didn't tell us, okay, maybe what was happening between spring and summer. So we just plotted generally the averages of each monthly water clarity throughout the, I guess, all years. So that's an average throughout, kind of a monthly average for all years. And so what we saw is that Wasserman Lake actually has pretty good clarity, and it always has had pretty good clarity in the spring, and it has relatively poor clarity in the summer, not meeting standards. So what I took away from this is when you have really good clarity in the spring and we remove the carp, we got plants to grow back. In the summer, when you have really poor clarity, even though the carp are gone, the light limitation to plants means that they're not going to be able to respond. You can imagine if you put a plant in your garage and close the door, it doesn't grow very well. So that's really what we're looking at there. The great news, or I'll get to it in a second, but I got ahead of myself.
There's a teaser there.
I know. So the plant coverage really increased in the spring. One thing about this is the period where a specific invasive thrives, which is curly-leaf pondweed. So some of the response has been an invasive, which is curly-leaf pondweed. But one important thing to note is any vegetation is good vegetation when there's very little. And so habitat, it still provides habitat for fish. The other thing is that we did see that poor clarity during summer growth, and that's the summer period is actually when we see natives thrive. So if they have clear water, natives are going to thrive in the summer. And so the good news is that we just finished our final alum treatment last fall. So what we're hoping to see is that summer clarity dramatically improve, because usually when you see really poor summer water clarity, that's driven by internal loading.
There you go.
And so we're going to be tracking not only how water quality is changing, since we just did that final alum treatment, but we're also going to be tracking vegetation each year to track how that's improving. So the story is, when we have good clarity and you remove carp, we saw a really big increase. So we're hoping to see that as we move forward. So that's Wasserman Lake, but we have some other lakes in this study as well. And so I thought we would show, okay, we moved Wasserman from the right side of the graph, which is a lot of carp, to the left side, and it did move up a little bit for that plant diversity, not just plant coverage, but plant diversity, which is what also really helps bring in the waterfowl and different fish. And so the question is, how do we move it up to that, oops, getting ahead of myself. How do we move it up to that top category? Because that's where we really want to be, is with really good vegetation quality. So if we strip away all of that information, we say, okay, clarity seems to be important. What we did next is just plot for each one of these data points, which lakes have good water clarity and which lakes have water clarity not meeting state standards. When you do that, you see the yellow is where you're not meeting state standards for water clarity, which is suggesting that you kind of have a line. You need to have good water clarity to get bumped into that upper group where you have consistently good vegetation quality, which is the goal of this entire program, and really the goal of what we do. So we try and understand the different drivers. And so poor clarity really is limiting that growth on the bottom, but so is carp, which is a pretty big takeaway. It's not one or the other, it's both. But what we need to do is get water clarity up into that top region. And so what we need to do, and what we need to do as managers, is first what we are doing in this project, and what we're driving towards, is moving from the right side of the graph to the left side of the graph. And then as we do different alum treatments, watershed projects, we're going to move into that upper category and get the really good summer vegetation. So it's not an either or, it's an and which. So it's really, I think, a cool finding, even though it's not exactly what we wanted to see. With a silver bullet, it's, we need to think critically and see what the actual drivers are. And so, kind of just some of the conclusions from the data were, carp biomass is greater than around 300, 400 kilograms per hectare, really do limit healthy aquatic plant communities. However, obtaining healthy plant communities requires good water clarity, and the other piece is, and low carb biomass. So we can't just say it's one or the other. We have to go on a case-by-case basis and not say, oh, well, if we remove carb, everything's going to be great. We have to go in and say, well, what are the drivers of poor clarity in vegetation? And lastly, we haven't seen water clarity improve dramatically after we've done any of the removals. However, we are still driving some of the lakes towards those goals, and we want to continue to track and make sure what's going on, since we've only hit some of the goals recently. So I think we're going to keep tracking that. So with that being said, I'll go through the next steps quickly. We're getting pretty late here, so I want to not keep people here too long. But as Jill mentioned, we are in the process of closing out the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Grant, and that happens on the 30th. So we're going to submit just a brief final report. In addition, we had passed out to each manager a brochure that we're going to be providing Lessard Stamps in addition to their kind of formal reports that they have on their website, just to give them a little bit more information and give them some context for our project. In addition, we're going to take the results that we found and summarize those in a technical memorandum or report, just so that's memorialized in writing. And we're currently working with the Pollution Control Agency and the DNR to try and figure out how to incorporate our findings into a more statewide assessment, because I think we found something, but we want to make sure that what we're finding is also what other groups are finding, because the carp work seems to be increasing over time, and we want to make sure that we're understanding how to utilize this management strategy based on what others are seeing, not just what we're seeing. And we do have $50,000 in the budget this year for either us to look at this just for our project, but we also are in talks with the DNR and the PCA to figure out how to leverage our work to support what they're doing. We're finalizing the operation maintenance plan and figuring out how to maintain the barriers, aeration, and also just the low biomass amounts that we've really gained over the past 5 years, and working with PMLM to figure out how to transition different parts to their department, and then RM do the parts that really make sense for us. And lastly, we will be coming back to the board because, as Jill had mentioned, Mud Lake and Parley Lake haven't quite hit their biomass goals, and so we're going to keep driving towards those goals, since that's what we said in the grant, that if we didn't quite hit the goals that we were intending to, we would keep driving towards those goals, especially in the lakes that we see that have potential to really respond positively to carbon emissions. Lastly, next steps for communications. This Tuesday, as was discussed earlier in the board meeting, Lessard Sam's did a tour of Wasserman Park to showcase the 6 Mile Creek Halsted Bay Habitat Restoration Project, and that's a picture of Mike giving this project in context of 6 Mile Creek Halsted Bay and all the strategies that we're doing to improve our water resources. In addition, around Q3, giving a presentation to Carver County Board to present what we've found and what we're doing, in addition to the City of Victoria. And lastly, I think using the reports and the project pamphlet that is in draft form right now as a communication tool, because this is a new tool in a water resource manager's toolkit, and we want to make sure that somebody comes in and asks if they can do carp work in Minnehaha Creek or what we've done in the past, we can help them either explain whether we think it might work or not, or just our experience generally, since what we're finding is it's a little bit more nuanced than you take carp out and everything gets better. So I think we've learned a lot, and with that being said, we just want to pause if folks have any questions or any comments.
Doesn't it take, you say some of these lakes haven't come up to speed, but doesn't it take a while for nature to clear that out? Or you want instant gratification?
That's a wonderful question. President White, Board of Managers. It does take a little while for the lakes to respond, so we are going to continue doing monitoring on many of the lakes, because the expectations of plants to grow and respond and reestablish the next year is probably unrealistic. So our job isn't over with respect to saying how the response, but we did want to, as we close this project and as a capstone, memorialize what we've seen in the near term, but continue monitoring that moving forward.
Yeah. Which is why we were showing you results from Wasserman, which has had the longest time to show changes since we've done the carp removals. But yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what the rest of the lakes, what starts to happen on the rest of the lakes, especially Parley and Mud, as we continue to do removals out there.
That is really interesting, genuinely interesting.
They took a group photograph too in front of the boat, correct? At the very end.
Someone did.
Yeah.
We'll have to get that.
Yeah. It's quite interesting.
This is really fun watching this develop over the years.
Mm-hmm.
It's all, it's all based on science. And then we got the park improvement as well, so you got the progress and the show.
Yeah.
It's really a great project. Good work.
I remember it was, I think, one of the first meetings I ever participated in when the U of M came in, presented this study that they'd done, and I was just blown away at, the approach they took and how comprehensive it was. And so to see you guys put in all that monitoring work and field work and to get all those projects in the ground, it's pretty neat to see you do everything they recommended, and to really track the data and learn from it. It's been really great. Good work.
Thank you.
One of the things we learned is don't give up. You know, that was a lot of difficult meetings you had with the city and everything over the years.
Yeah. Success comes with a lot of work.
One of the speakers at the summer tour talked about carp, and I don't want to take your time this evening, but I'd love to give you a report on what my notes said. It was, she's at the University of Minnesota, graduate student there. She's working in Harrison's Bay, but she did used some stats from Parley Lake, so let me get those to you.
Yeah.
Is there any likelihood, I know you're going to be monitoring month by month, year by year, turn it over to PML and helping them out. Is there any possibility that we're going to have to go back and do some more carp removal or, some more work around improving the clarity? Or is there likely to be other variables that emerge besides these two variables that that contribute to the ecology and the health?
Manager Hedmati, certainly we'll be continuing to monitor to make sure that we're kind of keeping those carp populations where we want them to be. There's definitely the case, that they could continue to, we might need to do future removals, and that's kind of the whole reason behind wanting to continue to monitor to make sure we're still meeting those goals. But yeah, as Brian was saying, I think we will definitely need to not just do the carp, but continue to do water quality improvements as well.
Yeah, and you'll be monitoring the vegetation too
Yeah.
on an ongoing basis. And if we need that, I think, Bill, you were saying that if we needed to do some more, that we might be able to go back to the South Sams for more money to do some of that. Remember you were talking about how the South Sams likes follow-up reports. Maybe you want to talk about that.
Well, normally what they're interested in is phases of a program. I don't know that they would want to fund a lot of maintenance, but they would like to see something completed. So if we are working with more bays on Lake Minnetonka, if we're working with more lakes that feed into those bays, those are opportunities to present them with another phase of the program. But we've got the equipment now, we've got the boat now. It's there's.
I'll drive it anywhere you want.
Yeah. And it was a very very great conclusion to have that group come out and see the result. And I was very proud to be part of this organization last Tuesday.
Thank you very much for the work and the report, both.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Item 13, are there board inquiries, issues, and ideas? Please say no.
I got a list. Might be too late.
Next meeting. We'll table that one. Staff updates, Mr. Whisker.
Thank you, President White, managers, for a lively meeting tonight. Just to kind of put a finer point on some of the dialogue around carp, I think, and the board was hitting on this, is really a great example of how this organization's taken leading edge science. Manager Loftus mentioned the U of M. We essentially worked for 3 years with, before MACERC, the Minnesota AIS Research Center was MACERC, to do all the diagnostic and collect all the data. They developed a leading edge, first of its kind in the state management plan for this 14 lake system. And we were able to take that and go to the state and sell that management plan based on that data to Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council. And as you just pointed out, through all the trials and tribulations and a lot of hard work and persistence, we successfully implemented the strategy, and we've hit a lot of the targets that the literature said would produce results and get our instant gratification. And I think what R&M continues to do for this organization is hold us accountable to results of, if we're going to try something, did it work? And what we're asking ourselves is, we did the carp management, did it work? Is the water quality there on the back end? And I think the answer is it hasn't been. I think that I really want to leave the board with that key message. And we should celebrate the fact that we're holding ourselves to the data, and we're actually contributing back to the field, because what we've seen, and with whether it's alum dosing or sand iron filters or carp management, there's these peaks and valleys, these, ebb and flow to management practices in the industry, and everybody grabs onto the new thing because people want a quick fix. And then communities and lake associations come to us with the latest quick fix that's out there being marketed because it's profitable, to do some of this diagnostic work. And I think what R&M's really finding is, just like any other management strategy, this has very targeted application. In specific shallow lakes where you have extremely high carp density, we might want to do it as a precursor to improving clarity. But I think, for example, in Wasserman Lake, even though we're seeing a response, it's some of our work on the landscape and the other watershed management and then the Allenville scene that's actually moved the needle. And there is kind of a push-pull around carp management right now. There's just a dynamic around it with some of the vendors that are really aggressively pushing this as the technique. And if you remember, we were in the position of saying no to doing some of this work for Long Lake waters because we didn't think it would make a difference. And we've really held our line on developing that management strategy, that whole roadmap to deal with the external loading because the dynamics of Long Lake. And we're getting asked to do the same thing for Harrison's Bay Association and a Lake Minnetonka carp management plan, which might not be, a silver bullet and a sustainable strategy. So I wanted to put kind of a finer point on that. This is really interesting, as President White said, and how we communicate that back out to our researchers and our lake associations and Lessard Sams, and work with the DNR who issues permits or has denied our permits for getting in and doing some of this work because they want to be real selective, or the Pollution Control Agency who sees carp management written into total maximum daily loads. They want to understand if we're saying this can work, does it work? To address TMDL. So I think Brian, as usual with Jill, has really dug into holding us accountable. Like we could just report the metrics, which is what we see a lot of folks doing. There's a lot of carp management happening in other watersheds. And the results are always heralded as, we did it, we removed the carp. And I think what Brian's done is say, yeah, but did the vegetation respond? And how did the parse the data to say, did the vegetation and water quality respond? And where would we do this again? Does it make sense to do it again? And if we're going to, where exactly? So I'm really excited about that part of it.
Has our IBI improved?
Exactly, yeah.
It's really a great point you just made. We had a success, but it's not 100%. We got to figure out how to get there. And you can brag about getting rid of the carp, but we haven't solved the problem.
Well, a lot of times you see goals and metrics being conflated. I think we've done that with some of our outreach before.
Mm-hmm.
The goal becomes the metric, and the metric is the goal. And carp reduction was the means to the end, but that's not your measurement of success. And that's where I think Brian's really, he does that on all of our work. So that's really good for us and the industry.
What I respect on everybody does is, Brian, your honesty in the reporting, didn't come 100%. We've got to go back and correct on the back 9, so your honesty is very well received.
You're obviously a golfer, and I have some balls for you.
Would we ever circle back around with those U of M folks? I don't know that they're still around in the same department. And
Yeah, that's exactly,
finish out
it has
their-
to be the plan. Part of our
Okay.
outreach strategy has to be, science is constantly evolving because we're constantly theorizing, applying, and then learning and testing. And what we've seen is the leading researcher that we worked with was Dr. Sorensen, like the carp guy, and has since moved on, and his protege at Macerk, Przemek Bayer, has spun off a for-profit business for carp management. And so there's some healthy tension in the scene.
The speaker said, U of M thought they needed a metric, so they said 100, and we're finding out that's not the case. So she actually referred to that.
Yeah.
Might work here, might not. Different lakes need different levels.
And that's super important for us because our lake associations they're like, what can we do in my backyard? And my backyard's the lake, and we can't go into the watershed. So if the watershed isn't focused in our area, or you don't have a program for us, how can we work in the lake, and will you fund that activity? And so cart management is the thing that a lot of them are grabbing onto and saying, well, if you did it over in 6 Mile, why aren't you applying that here? It was $500,000 program from the state. Why don't we do that here? I think this kind of data really helps us be authentic in saying yes and no to those sorts of requests.
I think I still need a tutorial because I heard it didn't solve the water clarity, thereby quality. We have other steps we have to take. But you're willing to put a fine point on it and say it didn't work.
Well, there are some nuances there, and I think, there's some diplomacy in how Brian was presenting it. It's why I was being a little bit more bullish, is to call the board's attention to it. We haven't seen one of the messages, unless I got it completely wrong, is we hit CART targets in a lot of locations, and Clarity didn't necessarily respond.
I appreciate clarifying it.
And so when we did it, the leading science was 100 kilograms per hectare. In these areas though, it's churning up all the sediment. Clarity is going to improve. But it hasn't necessarily, and it's different in deep and shallow lakes. And Wasserman, had a different response in its littoral zone area than the deep zone area. And the deep zone area where carp aren't having a field day is where we applied the alum. So there's also challenging the convention. You've got to do carp management before alum as well. There's just a lot in there.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Very
Thanks,
sciencey.
Brian. So water level updates, it's still super dry, but it might get wetter is kind of the bottom line take home. 11 o'clock, that's your watershed science. That was a harsh transition from Brian's presentation.
Tonight it's dark, continued dark, and part of the night tomorrow.
Yeah, it's early. We've had 11.5 inches, which is 2 inches below normal. June's been exceptionally dry, 1/10 of 1 inch. The lake's at 928.9, so we're half a foot below ordinary high. We're hearing from folks on the creek that it's too dry, and we're hearing from folks on the lake that it's too dry, and both think that it's because Minnehaha Creek is discharging 12 cubic feet per second. And part of our communication back out is right now the lake is losing 7 times more water per day due to evaporation because of the surface area and heat than is being let out through Grays Bay Dam. So it's just dry and hot. 14-day outlook does have above normal precip, and we're supposed to get like an inch, maybe an inch and a half this weekend. So fingers crossed, I suppose. Want to provide a status report and progress report on the boardwalk. I gave a little one at the last meeting. Recognize Manager Loftus and Miller weren't there, so some of this might be a little bit of repeat, but we are making progress. I'd say that we're making methodical progress, in part because we don't want the contractor to run out on site and just fix things. There needs to be a real comprehensive evaluation of what the issues are and a comprehensive proposal from them on how to fix them. And so where we left things off last time is we're going to be issuing a defective work notice, and that's happened. A comprehensive defective work notice from SRF has been delivered to JTS, the contractor, which details things like the gaps in joists, the nailing schedule, protruding nails, shims. It just goes down the list and compares those to spec. And JTS understands, it's been communicated explicitly through SRF, so we're following the right chain, that they need to provide a comprehensive proposal back. They can't just say, I'm going to fix this, I'm going to fix that. They've got to provide what the fix is, the methods, the timeline, and how those are going to be inspected. And then that needs to be reviewed and authorized by SRF, and then we will allow them to turn to work. So we are making progress, but they're not racing around in the field doing anything. They have fixed other punch list items that aren't related to defect, like the railing and other sort of work, ADA railing, I should say. So we expect JTS's review and proposal to come in next week, and to have discussion with SRF and hopefully be turning that around and actually getting them to work. To support the progress and generate clarity on the level of issues, we've turned our staff loose to complete a thorough inspection. So Tiffany and Josh have worked through 60% of the boardwalk so far, literally crawling around underneath it at every header, encountering live raccoons and other wildlife along the way. They're going to finish the other 40% next week. And whether it's things like nailing, protruding nails, those joist gaps, hangers, what we've found is that at every header, there's at least one of those issues. So 100% of the headers are defective. I mean, there's multiple hangers at every header. Some have one, some have multiple defects, but out of 116 inspections, 115 had issues. So the good news, if there is any at the moment, is we are making progress. The issues are fixable, and JTS is actively engaged and understand that all the work that needs to be done and any engagement of SRF is all at their cost, and that's being tracked and billed back. And to show, I think this is a sign of progress too, is they understand the gravity of the issues, and they have asked that as they move into the field, they want full-time, 100% inspector coverage, and they're actively coordinating that with St. Louis Park. They said it's in everybody's interest that as they go through and methodically fix, somebody is staring at them doing the work. So that's where we stand, and I think hopefully next week we'll actually have more material progress. But on some of the administrative side, things are moving.
So the boardwalk is still closed to the public?
No.
The boardwalk is not closed to the public. We've dialogued with SRF about, safety concerns and liability, and there just aren't any at the moment. The boardwalk will need to be closed once JTS starts moving through, because they're going to have to take, decking and potentially railing out in some sections. So we'll have more to report after they propose back. These are the fixes. It comes with what are the methods. And in some instances, they're working with the manufacturer on different hanger or whatnot. So we're going to know which segments have what methods, and we'll be able to give the board a clear picture of what closure might look like.
Thank you.
We already talked about this, but I'll cover the base again. On human resource side of things, we do have some staffing changes in permitting. Ben Rolland, who's our permitting assistant, is leaving us in July, and Kayla Westerland's leaving us actually next Friday, June 30th. So I just want to take a minute, and knowing that they're not here, we've done this at the staff level. We had an all-hands meeting this week, just to express my gratitude and on the record with the board to both of them for their time and service and effort at the district, and wish them the best. And Becky mentioned during the committee meeting, we're really rallying the troops and using this as an opportunity to lean in and provide some training, support, leverage as an opportunity to make improvement and bring institutional knowledge and strengthen the connection between Becky's group and policy planning and permitting. So we will see how that goes. Immediately, we do have the permitting assistant position posted. Let all your permitting assistant type friends know that we're a great place to work. Same thing for project planning, that position's posted. So I'll keep giving you regular updates. We're staggering these, hopefully both go well. We'll revisit operations next, and then we'll be moving into, Samantha's gonna fire up outreach hiring, and Becky's gonna work on policy planning. Obviously, we can't hire all those positions at the same time. I don't think it would be easy to onboard 5-6 people at the same time, even if we could hire them all. And so we're taking this in a staged approach. Questions about staffing? I think I already gave you the numbers. This what is it, 17 out of 30? But an award-winning 17. So, and I'll lift back up. I had this strategically planned, the Strib article. So I just want to say to the board, job well done. I don't know if people saw it in print. I got the digital version notice first from Susan Dew, but front page above the fold doesn't happen very often for government in this kind of context. So job well done. I think it profiles the board's vision and leadership over 15 years, just sticking with it, project by project, to link them all together. Gabe brought forward feasibility on one of those final threads that will knit the whole thing together with under Southwest LRT. The story does a great job, if you haven't read it yet, just drawing out the benefit to water. Susan Dew treated this as a Minneapolis story. She's a Minneapolis beat reporter, which I thought was really great, because it wasn't just about the local benefit to water, it was about how much progress this has made towards creating beneficial impact for Hiawatha, which has really been a hidden story. And through all the dialogue we've had with Nokomis residents and others, I thought she did a phenomenal job, and on background was going pretty deep into 325, asking for drawings of our jellyfish filters and stormwater cartridges. I mean, I think she really enjoyed going deep on that. But then the other really cool thing is wanted to tell the human interest stories. So she connected with Dwayne Spiegel, our friend, Senior VP of Real Estate at Methodist. Got some quotes from community development staff at Hopkins, police, public safety benefits of the project. So it really told our balanced urban ecology story, which is kind of hyped in the title, Back in Balance. So I feel like this is a great example of some of the direction that we wanted to go with outreach. It was just a wonderful partnership that we had with her, and we seem to have been getting a lot of traction on it. Sounds like Clean Water Council pushed that out in their newsletter, which has massive coverage across the state beyond just the Strip. I don't know if people have reached out to you, but I've had a lot of independent feedback, folks reaching out with congratulations. We're leveraging this to reach out to partners like St. Louis Park and others and say thank you, and celebrate the work together. We're also using it on social media on LinkedIn in a strategic way to support recruitment. So putting it out there and come work for us. So yeah, just a little bit about that. And if you haven't seen it, I can give you my copy. And we already talked about the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council tour a couple times, so I'll stop there.
Thanks very much. Please let me adjourn. Any questions for Mr. Whisker?
One more thing.
The marathon is ended. The meeting is adjourned.